One sheep to share, folks, so quality is going to be paramount in this event. No board judges, I believe. Where's that handpiece, guys? Come on, we're meant to start at 7. We were told 7, come on. Can we get the names up, please? Mr. Chalkboard Man. So we got Hawani on 1. Levi on 2. Dominic and Holly.
Okay, first event of the day, the Saturday morning. The Novice Shears, sponsored by Chris Shave Agricultural Contracting and Blair Moses Repairs. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. Very casually stepping into the pen, shaking off a few of those nerves. Just keep the eyes on your handpiece and your sheep. Don't worry about what anybody else is doing. Listen to the odd instruction from your second, who's going to be assisting you throughout this little event. So keep the comb flat on the skin. Keep breathing as you go through. You can't shear the sheep with one breath. You need to keep sucking the air in to keep the brain functioning. And just enjoy yourself up there. Well-prepared sheep. We've had some terrific efforts yesterday on the merinos. Today's on the crossbreds. And they're all looking pretty sharp. They were on the truck in the middle of the night. Great to see our truckie firm was here. They were here way before I got here, and I was here just after 6. So the sheep have had time to settle in the pens after being shaken, rattle and roll as I've come across the valleys. So it's not all about speed. This is about shearing the sheep as clean as possible with the least amount of blows. And it's good to see our contestants are willing to get up there and have a crack. Order of the day, of course, we'll be, after the novice shear, we'll be moving straight on to the junior shearer, the elimination round, followed by the intermediate senior. And then after the smoko break, we'll get into the big fellas, the open shearers. You've all got to start somewhere, and these novice shearers are brave enough to get out of bed in the little bit of a chill, a bit of a frost out there this morning. So that's probably just helping them keep cool, not fretting about the performance side of things. Let's get up there and do your best. We've all been there and done that. Every competitor here is Probably struggled a little bit in their first competition. But the more you do it, the more you like it, the more you like it, the better you go. Make sure you use the sheep to iron out a few wrinkles. You've got to force the sheep to sit the way you want it. They are wild animals, remember. So you make the sheep suit the position you want to shear. Very, very difficult. Good shear by Levi. He says a little look along the board. Holly comes out the last leg now. Doing a pretty good job. Dominic Waihape completed the task there on stand 3. The rest of our novice shearers, they make sure they're available, please. We want to keep this show trucking along. We've had the heaters blowing in here this morning, warming the place up. One or two are struggling to get away from them, but our judges are raring to go. 20-odd shearing judges just waiting in the wings. They'll go down and they'll judge these sheep, or a portion of them will. Well, Sean Holly. Wee Packy up on the front here. Still thinking about the job. Make that left hand work, man. Make that left hand work. It's not just there to turn the plant off. You've got to move that sheep, shift the skin around on that animal. There we go. Round of applause for our first heat, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see. Move off to the right, please, gentlemen and ladies. Off to the right.
Heat 2, let's get you straight up, please. Jordan Rookie, Josh Youngman, Cody Waihape, Tracy Patton, Ruben Wilkinson. It's the last heat we have in the novice. Coming up, boys and girls.
Those junior shearers, please make sure you've checked in at the door. Junior shearers, make sure you've checked in at the door. We will have that draw for you very shortly. So we've got Jordan Rookie on the front, Josh Youngman. On 2, on 3, Tracy Patton, and Ruben Wilkinson on number 4. We're a name short somewhere. We've got more shearers than that.
Just a quick notice for you young competitors. We have the Region 3 circuit up and underway now. It's for the most successful shearer. You've got to be under 25, free entry. There's prizes for first, second and third, and included in the circuit is Waimate, Ashburton, Pleasant Point, Mayfield, Methven and Mackenzie. So good prize money there up for grabs.
Jack, who we got on 5 and 6?
Cody Waihape we need up there too, please. Just the name.
Just the name.
On 6. Nobody on 6.
Once again, won't be judging these shearers on the board. We'll just be judging in the pens out the back. But they are allowed somebody to help them through their shear. So the chance for these shearers to get used to these shearing competitions.
Right, let's get underway. Timekeeper's ready. Shearers, get set, go.
These young people, Jack, they can see it's been done because we already had heat number 1 to take the frost off the board. So things are just a little bit more settled now as we drop into heat number 2. Maybe not for the young people up there on the board, but it just feels a little bit more settled in the crowd here. Everybody's got over those nerves and everything. All the machines are running, the lights are working, touch wood, and we're in for another great day. We might even have a little bit of jive music just to keep these young people cool, calm, and collected.
So 1 time point is equivalent to 20 seconds, and 1 stroke will be 1 whole point because they're only shearing 1 sheep, so quality is absolutely paramount in the novice. Furthest along though, Jordan Rookie from the King Country. Cruising up the neck. Cody Waihape dropping over the backbone.
Very nervous sheep on stand number 2. Our pen staff will make sure they got a hold of that pull cord just to assist the shearer if his sheep kicks out and has a bit of trouble with his handpiece. So we're looking after the health and safety of these young people. The last thing we want is work safe to be on our case. And we don't want to put these young people off having a crack at this shearing game. It'll take you around the world. They're full of concentration, Jack. They're keeping that comb pretty flat on the skin, majority of them, but it's the sheep now. It's his turn or her turn to have a little bit of a crack.
Yeah, they're all doing a cracking job at the moment. Excellent control right down the board. Josh just settles her back down. A little bit ticklish, that one. Nothing he can't handle though. Cody, Ruben, Jordan stroking along together. The excellent quality coming off. Junior shearers, please be ready. You guys are up next. We'll just get a draw sent down the front, and we'll let you know who's in the first heat. They all turn for home on stands 1, 4 and 5. Nothing in it between them. Tracy Patton drops into the long blow. A whisker ahead of Josh Youngman. Nothing in it between Jordan, Ruben and Cody though. Coming over that last shoulder. Pulling the skin up, cleaning off that frib wool. Little reset for Ruben. Great control there from the young man. Obviously had a very good teacher. Cody and Jordan sneaking over that hip. Looks like it's going to be Jordan. One more shot, out he goes on stand 1. Tracy has a bit of a clean up. Going pretty good though on stand 3. Josh sneaking over that last side, but out goes Ruben on 4. One more blow over the tail for Cody Waimate Jr. Good young fella. Out he goes on stand 5. Well done, mate. Great job. Josh and Tracy then going to have the final say in the novice shearing. Out that last hind leg for Josh. One more shot. Little bit of a niggle. He'll settle it down. Got a bit of an alfalfa, Ken. Shouldn't be looking at that.
Is there Jess Toa in the audience? Linda Thompson and Adrian Marsh, you are yet to check in at the door for the junior shearing competition. Her Trace Patton comes out the last leg. Keeping it easy, using that left hand, just pops the head out now. Trying to make the sheep relax. They are strong, wild beasts. Rolls the hampies under the hock. Making sure they don't bruise the sheep in any way. Get a turn off. That's a story. Well done, Tracy. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our novice shearers. That sheep went to sleep. She was that quiet. Okay, the junior competition.
Final call for Adrian Marsh, Lydia Thompson and Jess Tor. If you guys know where they are, please give them a call. First heat of the junior we've got up next.
So we're going in with Sam Mathewson, Caleb Brooking, Donnie Stringer, Adrian Marsh, Kobe Lammett, and along with Emma Martin. That'll be our 6. Righto, we've got Lachlan Ford. Oh no, he's been up there all night. Had a hell of a shear. Tom Atkins. Tom Atkins is our 6th competitor.
Right, shearers, let's get you on the stage, please. Sam Matheson, Caleb Brooking, Donnie Stringer, Cody Lambert, Emma Martin, Tom Atkins. Come on up, please. Let's get the judges back out the front too.
So there'll be 3 heats of this, Jack. Hope everybody makes sure they turned up and booked in. Big welcome to our judges on the board this morning. As I say, there's 20-odd shearing judges and probably just as many wool handling judges that are donating their time to help run these competitions. And this event is sponsored by Markihi Fries, Lister and Clifton Downs. Okay. Looks like we're ready to go. Chief referee, please. Down to 5. Oh, a bit picky, these junior shearers. Maybe a sheep had a window seat on the way in. Got a little bit ruffled in the feathers. But it looks like we're good to go. Thumbs up. Yeah, we're sweet with the computer. We've got that sorted. Okay. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. This time round, we're away in the junior shearing competition, sponsored by Marquee Fries, Lister, and Clifton Downs. And they'll be looking for a bit of prize money out of this if they make through to the final too. There's been some magnificent prizes donated or sponsored throughout yesterday. Each shearer just get to shear one sheep. So you've really got to make it, sorry, that is not true. Each shearer to shear 2 sheep. One sheep was for the novice. So these competitors now are just going to settle in. They're just a little bit more experienced at the game. And you'll see them just start to flow. A little bit of trouble with the sheep maybe. They're just quite frisky. But the sun is shining, you can tell the sheep, so they're going to get a nice warm raise on their back when they get out the door. Then they'll be off to the paddock before too long.
First along though, we have Cody Lambert on stand number 4. Looking very cool at the moment, just stroking it off. 2 more shots on the long blow, he'll turn for home first. Emma Martin, great bull handler, picked up a handpiece, loves the shearing sport. Not too far behind Cody at the moment. Caleb Brooking turns for home, about 6 shots behind Cody. Beautiful job coming off from these young shearers. Donnie Stringer sinks a deep one into the long blow. Brings that right foot up and sweeps off the cheek wool. Finishing touches for Cody Lambert. Sheep number 1's going to go down the porthole. Down she goes. Well done, Caleb. You got 1 left in the pen, Cobb. Down and out. Let's go. Tom Adkins sweeping over that last shoulder. Little bit behind Donnie Stringer. Next off though is going to be the young lass, Emma Martin, rolling around that hamstring. Doing a cracking job on stand number 5.
Well, she had a good shear last night. She won the clean shear, Jack. And for the younger grades, the junior and intermediate. So she got a wee prize to help out with the travel. That Emma Martin, sheep number 2 on the board. But Donnie Stringer goes into the pen. He looks a pretty casual sort of a character, pretty relaxed up there. Brings out this well-farmed ewe. Nice bit of cover across the rib cage and over the tail, so it makes it very easy to get the wool off these sheep. Cody Lambert just drops into the off shoulder now. Difficult part of the sheep, that. You've got to use your elbow, your wrist, your fingers, your knees, your toes, everything to make that sheep just sit in that cradle. And he's making the most of it. Still going all right. We've got Sam Matheson up here on the front. Quite a big sheep, this one, for him, but he's a big, strong fella. So I'm sure he's going to wind off the shoulder on the last side. I think that sheep down on stand number 6 wants to take a walk in the park and end up by the barbecue table as an offering under the shoulder and down and out to the flank for Sam Mathewson. But it could be Cody Lambert. He's doing the job, doing the business, as you say. Pops the head forward and down the porthole now. Away to the judges for that one. Kel Brooking right there on number 2 across that last rump. Has a quick look down the board. Sam's got a little bit more work to do up here on the front stand. Just sometimes it's the luck of the draw. If you get a nice couple of quiet sheep, there's no reason why 1 or 2 will be grumpier than others, but it's just sheep for you. Donnie Stringer across the last shoulder. Emma Martin halfway through her second sheep. Tom Atkins has got a bit of a flyer down there, flying all over the place for him, but he's a big, tall, lean young man. And he's enjoying every moment of it up there in the 2022 Waimate Spring Shears. Who we got on the next heat there, Jack?
Not sure if Jess Tor, Lydia Thompson and Adrian Marsh are in the building. Please let yourself known to the ladies at the front desk. Otherwise, we're going to continue without you. There's 2 heats left.
So Emma Martin coming across the last leg, working away very diligently, enjoying her work. Down there on the far end, Tom Atkins. Under the shoulder and down now to the flank, he's about to roll. Just a little bit further back, we got Sam Mathewson up here on the front stand. So we're going to have Hermona Nickel, Levi Wilson, Kayla Tuamata, Kayla Tuamata, and Molly Clayton. You are the next 4 contestants. So Nickel, Wilson, Taumata and Clayton.
Well done, Tom. That was a tricky sheep. He finished it well, though. Sam Matheson swings over that shoulder. Going to have the final say in heat 1 of the junior shearing. Even doing the front socks, that farmer's going to be pretty happy. Finishing touches for Sam. Rolls over the hip. Out the hamstring and the hock. One more shot. He goes out on stand number 1. Put your hands together, folks. Heat 1 of the junior shearing.
Off to the right, please, Sam. Thank you.
Heat 2, let's get you straight up, please. Hamiora Nickel, Levi Wilson, Kayla Taumata, and Molly Clayton. Yep. Just a call for our intermediate shearers, please. Ben Cripps, Jacob Taylor, Tony Wilson, and Savvy Taitoko. Can you guys please check in? We're just doing the draw for the intermediate. That's Ben, Jacob, Tony, and Savvy. Right, the shearers are on the board. They look ready to go. Let's get underway, John.
Okay, heat number 2. Ready to rock. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. So we're all for moving in this one. We just need to keep this show trucking along. We have downtime. We need to make it up. There's a long day ahead of us. If we get behind the clock, we'll be still here at 3 in the morning. Well, we could be anyway, but we'd rather not be shearing at that stage of the game. So everybody plays the game here. The competitors are on time. Our judges don't get caught in the smoko hut. We should get out of here sometime this evening. So here on the front stand, with Hamiora Nickel from Milton. Full of concentration. Around the back of the head, he's about to swing. From Southland, we have Levi Wilson on the 2. Tala Taumata from Waipawa on stand number 3. And on 4, Molly Clayton from the lass from Waimate. Right where we're here, shearing in this spring shear competition. Shearing these beautiful hoggets. Not sure quite who our owner is.
Already sweeping over that last shoulder though. Hamiora Nickel from Milton coming down the last side. Levi and Kayla take off the top knot together. But Hamiora is flying, folks. Not mucking around. Straight over the tail. Sheep 1 goes down the porthole.
Is there anybody in the audience who wants to warm up? But they pop down the back. You just need a couple of extra tipper-uppers down there underneath. Some young shearers that want to help out here with the competition just for a wee while. We're just a bit short on staff down underneath at the back of the wool room. We just need a couple of 3 if we got some. So back here into the shearing competition, we just the sheep are sensing the occasion. They're getting a little bit excited themselves. The competitors are already excited, and we're ripping this wool off in workmanlike fashion. Molly Clayton from Waimate rolls up the long blow. Kayla Taumata just having a little bit of trouble keeping this one on the floor. A very sharp raking toenail. She's trying to be clear of. She doesn't want to get scratched up. There's a party on tonight. Up the long blow now comes Levi Wilson, but all the pace out in the front with Nickel from Milton. He's got the luxury of just being able to cruise on the sheep. He knows that quality is paramount, especially on the small number of sheep. You need to keep the comb flat across that skin, eliminate all the second cuts to the wool fibre. We're trying to get maximum dollars for the farmer. Crossbred wool is not that flash in the dollar stakes these days.
So finishing touches for Hamiora. Right at the tail he goes. He gets the pork order on stand number 1. Absolutely shaving the sheep though is Levi, Kayla and Molly. Doing a stunning job right down the board. Those sheep may get a little bit cold tomorrow morning, but they'll get a good feed of grass this afternoon. Shearing along together. First up is going to be Kayla Taumata from Waipawa. Beautiful job on stand 3. That sheep flies down the porthole. Then she goes for sheep 2. Molly Clayton pops that one down the porthole, runs in and grabs the next one.
Intermediate shearers, Tony Wilson and Jacob Taylor, please. Would you report to the entry table? So it's Tony Wilson and Jacob Taylor. Please report to the entry table. Your intermediate competition is coming soon. So they've got rid of the nerves, these young shearers up there. They'll ping this one out. They know where they go. They've got it in their head. We've been there and done this before. You see these junior and novice shearers that are up before us this morning. They're putting in a lot of blows to remove the wool, where we get onto the speedsters later in the day, and they'll be cutting the blows out, getting them shorn at about 34, 35 maybe. But they're well-grown Hoggetses. It is only October, early October, so they've come through the winter in fine fettle. And we're very, very proud to shear the sheep on behalf of the farmer. They've done a marvellous job. And it's not all peaches and cream. You've got a little bit of organising to do to make sure your sheep come forward in the right order, the right shearing order. The tough winter has been wet down here as well. There's a little bit of snow just a couple of days ago. Crikey, we even had snow up in Stratford where I come from. We don't sort of have that stuff for every 5 or 10 years. Oh, so it's been a wee while, 11 years since you've had it here in Waimate. And it's still a little bit around on the tops out there, I see this morning. But it was a beautiful, clear, crisp morning when we arrived here at the stadium. We're in for a great day. We'll warm up. The judges are already down to their shirt sleeves. I don't know whether they've got an underfloor heating up there or what, I'm not sure, but as their shearers come onto the last side now, on stand number 3, Kayla Taumata from Waipawa. Had a wriggly sheep on that first one, but she kept her composure. And now steaming down the last side. Make sure our final heater is ready to go, please. We have the 4 shearers. Lydia Thompson, you're in there. along with Robin. We've got Levi, Robin and Connor. So on the last side, Levi Wilson down, working away. Down the porthole for Kayla. Oh, how did I do? Still nervous and shaking. Breathe, girl, breathe. It's all about keeping the oxygen into the lungs so the brain can work. Making sure they get every whisker off these sheep, by crikey. There'll be nothing for the sheep to rub and leave on the fence, I can tell you that, by the time these two are finished. And sponsors for this event are the Marquee Fries, Clifton Downs and Lister. Just a couple of shots to go for these competitors. Molly gets a round of applause. She's obviously paid a few people to come and watch her. And a round of applause too for Levi. Well done, people. Would you move off to the right side, please? Thank you. On with our next one, Jacko.
Can we have Levi Brooking, Robin Krause and Connor Wilkinson, along with Lydia Thompson? I think she's checked in now. Thank you. You four shearers, Lydia, Levi, Robin and Connor.
Oh, I can see that a fellow actually has turned up and wants to do some work. The name of Robbie McLaren's running around with a blackboard now. He's gone up a pay grade. Anybody seen Norm Haraway? I think he's just a phantom. Okay, looks like we're ready to roll. Shearers on the board. Not hard to pick between one sheep and the other. There's only two to select from. Take the beautiful one first. Okay, ready to go? Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. This is our last heat in this junior competition. So we get Lydia Thompson from Rangiora on the stand number 1. Levi Brooking from Temuka on 2. Robin Krause from Pleasant Point on 3. And Connor Wilkinson from Wyndham in the Deep South on stand number 4. Well, they're very carefully laying their blades into the wool. And they'll gain with confidence as they blow this undermine apart pretty well all together. Just about chuck a fleece over them. and it would have them all in the same position. Don't look along the board, just concentrate on your job, people. You're in charge of that weapon in your hand. 13-tooth comb can do a lot of damage if you let it go.
Heat 1 of the intermediate. Can we have you ready, please? Michael Buick, Mitch Kepler, Kapua Brown, Taylor Tarrant, Aidan Tarrant, Ben Cripps. You guys are Heat 1.
So you'll be jumping straight on after these four competitors have completed their task. The shearers are all dressed up in their Flash Harry Waimate Shears Lister singlets. It's a little bit fresh to be bearing the shoulders just at this stage of the game for us older generation, but you young people are just enjoying it. The thrill, quite difficult to shear with a lot of gear on. Although I do recall in Scotland we're ashore all day with a swanee on, just to get the farm, keep the farmer happy. He got them dry and we had to shear them. It was as cold as a frog. Down the last side now comes Lydia Thompson. Striking it all quite nicely. Sheep nicely sitting now. She's right back by the porthole, ready for the exit. So she's obviously shown that sheep in the right position as she drops it down the porthole. Sometimes when these sheep get a little bit kicky, they can stretch you out and you're working that drop into the max. And of course you need to slide back towards the porthole to get the exit down to the judges in the bottom. As I say, Levi Brooking just starting to get too far away from the dropper. And it doesn't work for you when it's out at full stretch. It locks up and all sorts of stuff. Under the shoulder and down out the flank for Robin. I hope she had a good night's sleep. She seemed to be enjoying herself yesterday. A little bit of trouble with the woodle handling staff, I believe, this morning, Jacko. They, one or two are absent. We've had to pull out a few of the veterans into the game.
Yeah, they probably had a few too many beers, John. But it is an occupational hazard, drinking too many beers, so that's part of the shearing industry. It's who can handle it the best. Obviously, a couple of them couldn't handle it too well this morning. They probably need a good lesson from our judges, John. And our judges can handle a few pints of beer.
I've been guilty of being on the wrong end of that stuff before, so yeah, I'm no saint. But it's good to see that we've got some people that are willing to help us here. Absolutely marvellous. Unthankful task. We're picking up the wool all day for a few matchsticks for wages. But we appreciate the effort that they all put in. Right through from the crutches, the truckies, the resident shearers who shore for the wool handlers all day yesterday. A lot of volunteers it takes to run a competition like this. Many man-hours. But it's a nice purpose-built building and everything seems to run along nicely. So here back on the board we have Lydia Thompson coming across the last shoulder on her second sheep. Concentration, she's not worried about what I'm talking about. She's not worried about the wool handler who's tidying up the fleece for us. She's just keeping that comb nice and flat on the skin. Least amount of blows possible. The young Connor Wilkinson in here, he must have been training hard and practicing. I see he's got a little bit of tape on his fingers. Perhaps he picked up a barberry or something, a thorn, a bit of matagari. in the last couple of days. As these shearers move on through the grades and get more competent at what they do, they will be putting the odd plaster on here and there because you wear the skin out on your fingers. Especially if the sheep have got quite a bit of pumice or sand in their backs amongst the wool, and it just wears the skin away. So under the shoulder and down there to the flank, Lydia Thompson's finished her job. She's waiting there patiently, like all good sports person do. We do require the competitors to wait on the board for their fellow competitors to complete the task. A little bit of courtesy. So pretty much blow for blow, these three that are left. Levi Brooking from Temuka just across the top of the shoulder, a couple of shots behind the other two. Robin Kraus is down and out to the flank. Under the shoulder there for Connor Wilkinson. He's travelled all the way from the deep south, making sure he gets every whisker. Levi Brooking out the last leg, Robin Kraus out the last leg. Nothing in it between them. Could be triplets if we can talk them into it, but maybe Robin Kraus is going to get the button first. Oh no, it's Levi Brooking, and he turns his plant off. This is the last of the junior shearers in the elimination round one. Round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. We will see some of them back later in the program.
Just a final call for Jacob Taylor and Tony Wilson for the intermediate shearing. Can you make yourself known to the ladies up the front, please? That's Jacob and Tony. Let's get heat one of the intermediate shearing straight on the board, folks. Michael Buick, Mitch Kepler, Kapua Brown, Taylor Tarrant, Aidan Tarrant, Ben Cripps. Come on up, guys. Don't be shy. Jacob's here. We'll tick your name off. Thank you, Lynn.
Shearing 3 sheep this time, Jack.
So just Tony Wilson to check in. Come on up, Tony. Don't be shy. Michael, Mitch, Kapua, Taylor, Aidan and Ben. So we're just waiting for Mitch's name to come up. Thank you. A couple of judges gone down. Oh, they're still judging. Oh, okay, that's good. Don't worry, they'll get a cup of tea soon. After the senior heats, I think it's Smoko. And then the open will start at 9:50.
Yeah, well, of course, the judges, Jack, will be revolving around. They'll do a stint on the board, they'll do a stint down the bottom and the outside pens, and then they swap around to give everybody a crack at being here under the lights instead of out in the dungeon. Probably a little bit cooler down there in the underneath pens.
So we're just waiting for the thumbs up from out the back to let us know they're all clear. Give these shearers a chance to relax, taking a bit more air before they start their work.
Good to go. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. Off this time, Michael Buick on the front stand from Rangiora, Mitch Clever from Geraldine. On stand number 2, Kapua Brown from Tamarunui, way up in the north. Also a traveller from the north, we've got Taylor Tarrant, Aidan Tarrant. They all come down in the same vehicle, these young fellas. And Ben Cripps, the local man from Waimate, down on the bottom end. They don't half look alike, these Tarrants, by crikey. You see one Tarrant, you see them all. They've been in the shearing industry a long, long time, I can tell you. I know their forefathers.
First along though, looks like it's going to be the young man from Taumaranui, Kapua Brown. Already first along into that long blow. 2 shots ahead of his mates. Ben Cripps swings around. Shears up to the base of the ear. Turning for home though, Kapua Brown on stand 3. Found a good bit of rhythm, straight out of the box. Over that last shoulder he goes. Michael Buick pushing along well, not too far back. Only a couple of seconds at the moment. Taylor and Aiden shearing along absolutely blow for blow together. Cleans off the front ball, straight out that last side. Right under the hock for Kapua. Straight to the toenail for Michael Buick. Kapua is going to be in first. Closely followed by Taylor and Aiden. And Michael Buick is just a whisker behind. So Ben Cripps, he's going to be next man in. Sheep 1 down the porthole. And Mitch Cleaver all the way from Geraldine. Not too far away. He did well to get here through all the snow we had the other day. Out the last hind leg he goes. Cleaning up a little bit of secondary fibre. Dives in the pen for sheep number 2, John.
Yeah, they're charging away, these shearers, and this is intermediate classes for shearers that have shorn up to 305 in an 8-hour day, or 340 in a 9. That's a pretty good day's effort, but of course the gear is a lot smarter than it used to be. The sheep are probably better presented for the shearers. The tallies have sort of gone up over the last 10 to 15 years, just to because things are a little bit better and easier to get on with, and so the work conditions have changed a little bit, so the tallies have increased, and of course the fitness of the shearers has increased too, with a lot of them doing training throughout the off season. Down and under the shoulder comes Brown from Tamarunui, starting to get the flow on this one. The last one, he probably wasn't getting the cut he was hoping. As Taylor Tarrant comes out the last leg, pretty much blow for blow on stands 3 and 4. Aiden Tarrant, also from the north, on the top of the shoulder now. A couple of shots back from him is the Waimate Crip. Over the last side, he's hungry. He wants to keep that sheep's head nice and high between his knees, and sneak down that last side and roll it out the porthole to make it look easy. If you're in the right position, the porthole becomes just a natural thing to drop it down. And down the porthole goes the Michael Buick's Rangiora. He's out to sheep number 3. Still Mitch from Geraldine he's feeling the chill a little bit this morning. He's kept the winter woolies on. He comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Still got 1 in the pen. Sheep number 3 coming out for Ben Cripps, the local lad. But the pace, all in the middle of the field here. Kapua Brown from Tamarunui. He's only 17 years old, by crikey. He's got a great future if he can hang into the game. I suppose when you start young, your body is nice and supple and you can bend around these intricate parts of the sheep. As you get older, you have to get a little bit more cunning, and then you get real cunning and leave the handpiece alone altogether. That's sort of my style nowadays. But Jack, these guys are making it look easy up here this morning.
Yeah, one more shot for Kapua. Out he goes on 3. Taylor Tarrant's going to be the next man off. All the way from the King Country, these boys. They've had a good prelim. Out goes Taylor. They'll be looking forward to getting home. Back to the King Country. So we got Aiden and Michael sweeping along together. Mitch steps through and goes up the neck. Aiden Tarrant doing a beautiful job there, folks, on stand 5. Absolutely shaving that sheep. Michael Buick goes under the flank. 3 shots behind Aiden. Ben Cripps just about ready to turn for home, but Aiden Tarrant, 1 more shot, pops it down the porthole. Closely followed by Michael. So we got Mitch and Ben going to have the final say in Heat 1. Heat 2, can we have you ready, please? Tawharangi Taylor, Dre Roberts, Jacob Taylor, Will Sinclair, Ruby Stone, Sam McCone.
I just noticed Chief Referee, Mr. Rabbit, is hiding in the corner. Now, he's found a wee hole over there. He can just trying to tuck himself in, away from the sniffer dogs. Good to see you here, Robert. You're doing a marvellous job of helping this competition out. You've keyed all your judges up, and it shows a true leader when you can let all these people do the work for you. Out the last leg now for Mitch. Just up the road from Geraldine. He's come down early this morning, made a nice job of that one too. Awesome stuff. Move off to the right, Shears, and we'll bring on the fresh lot from the left. $400 up for grabs in this one. Once if they make the final. We got our floor sweepers, Jen, down here. She's already cleaned 30 rooms up at the motel at Kingswood Lodge, sorry. She's down here sweeping the floor. No rest for the wicked, I always say.
Let's get you sharers up, please. Tawharangi Taylor, Dre Roberts, Jacob Taylor, Will Sinclair, Ruby Stone, San McCone. So we're going to have a word of the day, folks, in Te Reo Māori. Sheep shearing competition in Te Reo Māori is Kai Whakataitai Kutihipi. Let's get these shearers on the board, please, and we'll get underway. Heat 2 of the intermediate shearing. Down the end, Sam.
Ready to go, are we? No, not quite. Sam, we've got a extra card coming up for you there. No, it's Jacob. Jacob Taylor.
We should have Tawharangi, Dre, Jacob, Will, Ruby, and San. That's what's written here. Is it San or Sam? San, thank you.
Now we're looking a little bit more organised. We're all sane, that's why we're here. Hey, We'll have just a quick look. You can look over the pen. They're not that you don't want you to injure yourself before we start. Shears on the board. Righto, thumbs up. Everybody happy. Timekeepers are right. Judges right. Competitors go. So we're sneaking into the pen. Trying not to upset the couple of sheep that are left. Tafra Rangi Taylor up on the front stand for Murupara. Dree Roberts from Matara on stand at number 2. Jacob Taylor from Palmerston North. On 3, Will Sinclair from Oamaru. On 4, on the 5 stand from Waimate, Ruby Stone, the local. And Zane McCone. We're down from Geraldine down there on the stand at number 6. So the pace is just lifted a little bit. I can feel the tempo up a little bit as we get further into this competition. As I say, these shearers are capable of shearing up to 305 in an 8-hour day, and that's a pretty good day's work at anybody's money. Getting towards the end of the spring shear down here, I suggest. So it's sort of coming with the spring shear. This is the big one for the Waimate. Pretty much in the central of the South Island, about 4.5 hours either way, and you've hit the tips of either end of the south. Well, I just had to fly down. Too far for me to drive from the Taranaki. But it's good to be down here amongst people that love the sport. Dedication of the committee have put on a fine show here for you once again, along with their sponsors. And there's a big list of sponsors around the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be afraid to support those sponsors. Say you saw them supporting the Waimate Shears, and you might even get a discount. Can't promise, but nothing wrong with a chat anyway. Up over the top comes Roberts and Matara on the 2 stand, making it look easy. Taylor from Murupara into the long blow. He's about to swing. So just as we get the rest of these sheep, Sean, but just make sure we keep those cards ticking over. We have those junior semi-finalists: Emma Martin, top qualifier; Caleb Brooking, Robin Krause, Lydia Thompson, Connor Wilkinson, Molly Clayton, Donnie Stringer, Hamori Aurora Nicol, Levi Brooking, Sam Mathewson, Levi Wilson, and Tom Adkins. You are the 12 semi-finalists. So we're here back on the stage. Sheep number 2, Top Knot, coming off on stand 6 for McCone, the Geraldine lad. And he's got the little white pendant hanging under his chin. I don't know whether he uses that as a guide to run his handpiece nice and flat, or to remind him. A lot of people shear with something hanging off their neck these days. All I used to hang off my neck was a bit of sweat. So this is the one job where you take a towel to work, a sweat towel that is. But not so much a sweat towel here in this small number of sheep this morning. As we get into the bigger numbers of sheep, some of in the warmer part of the day, there'll be the odd sweat towel hanging on the door. So under the shoulder and down and out to the flank comes young Sinclair from Oamaru. Will was in the battle in the clean shear last night, got second prize. Ruby Stone bounces in from Waimate. Full of concentration. Third sheep on the board. Third sheep, half shorn here on stand number 1 though. Tafarangi Taylor from Murupara. That's up in the middle of the North Island. I had a wee bit of problem on my way down here. I was in New Plymouth Airport the other day, Jack, and the assistant at the desk asked me where Timaru was. Was it in the North or the South Island? And I thought, my goodness, the younger generation didn't know where Timaru was.
Most people don't know where New Zealand is, John, so if they don't know where Timaru is, it's not too bad.
Well, they're jolly lucky that I knew, because otherwise I wouldn't be here.
People think New Zealand's part of Australia normally. There we go, folks. Tawharangi Taylor, all the way from Murupara. He goes out first. San McCone back on the board with Sheep 3. Young gun from just down the road up in Geraldine. Dre Roberts finishing touches. Absolutely smoked that one out. Gets the pull cord on too. Jacob Taylor settles it down. One more shot over the tail. Well done, Jacob. Ruby Stone pushing hard, your local girl. Out the top of the leg. Found a good bit of rhythm. Taking that hock off. One more over the hip. Well done, Ruby. Sounds like you got a couple of fans in the crowd too. Hometown girl. Will Sinclair just settles that one back down. Straight out the leg. Rolls the handpiece under that back leg. He gets the pull cord. Well done, Will. That's going to leave San McCone to have the final say in intermediate heat 2. Swinging around into the long blue. Looks like he's had an excellent job. A little bit back off the pace, but that's not going to matter. His quality's going to make up. Stroking over that last shoulder. Coming out that last hind leg. 2 more shots for San. Well done, young fella. Put your hands together, folks. Heat 2 of the intermediate shearing, John.
Yeah, well, next up, Heat 3, Cody Himmerpo, Jordan White, Tony Wilson, Lewis Kerma Gray, Ki Waihapi, and Harley Bensfield. They are the next lot of competitors. Looks like we're only going with 5, so Tony Wilson hadn't turned up. Somebody asked me what I like about shearing competitions once upon a time, and I said, well, I like watching work. I can watch it all day. I just like work. I watch it all day. Awesome. It's good to see the talent coming through, the improvement you see over the years from the novice through to the open. And, you know, you just feel part of that person's progress. Absolutely marvellous feeling. So we got Harley. Where's Harley? Harley Ransfield from Ojai. You're on the bottom end, number 5. Thank you, Harley.
Tony's not here.
Tony Wilson is not here, so we will run without that.
Last heat will be Savi Toko, Jack Pringle, Mark Calder and Josh Devane. But let's get heat 3 underway, please. Shearers.
Shearers on the board. You're right, Harley. I'm sure the sound can reach through that little gap in the wall there. Thank you. Everybody happy. Timekeepers right. Judges. Competitors, go. We're off and rolling in this one. Cody Himmerpo up here on the front stand from Fielding. Jordan White from Belcluta. Lewis Coombe Gray from Waipawa. Ki Waihapi from down on Tumuku. And Hayley Ransfield from Ojai in the deep south. Used to be a lot of sheep around Ojai back in the day, Jack. And now that's just black and white things. They're all over the place.
There's still a few good sheep running around the hills though, John. Good strong man, Harley Ransfield, straight up the neck. Kai Waihape, not too far behind. Rolls the handpiece under that jaw. Louis Coombe Gray swings around into the base of the ear. Jordan White breaks open the neck wall. But turning for home first, we have Cody Hemopo from Fielding. Cleans off a little bit more on the brisket. Straight out the last shoulder, lining up those shots for the last side. Kai Waihape sharing with a bit of rhythm. Caught up to Cody, along with Harley Ransfield. Bit of a race going down on the end stands, 4 and 5. Who's going to be first in the pen, folks? It's the young man, Kai Waihape from Temuka. Cruises in the pen. Harley overtakes him, coming back out.
I actually think they were waiting for each other, having a bit of a chat as they were going in. Just thinking it's another day at the office. Hey, this is a little bit more important than the day at the office. You need to have full concentration here because you're shearing 3 sheep and you want to make through to that semi-final where there's a chance that you might get a crack at $400. And you haven't spent a lot of petrol doing it. So here we go. Down the first off leg, up over the tail move, swing and stands to 4 and 5. Lewis on the 3 stand, coming up the undermine now. Big shots to the bottom. 1 over the tail and 2 up the backbone. Last night when they were shearing those speed shear sheep, there was just 1 going up the backbone. They were shearing them hard and fast. We got it down to about 26 seconds in the open. Very similar sheep to these, but they had a little bit more taken off. Senior shearers have not reported in. Marika Black, James Wilson, Chris Russell. So those 3 shearers, please report in to the desk. Into the long blow now. For Lewis Coombe Gray from Waipawa, rocketed the big blows in as to just a wee smaller sheep this time, probably about 1.5 kilos lighter than the last one, and he swings it around and pulls it hard and against his leg as he comes onto the money side of the sheep. But Waihape from Temuka still flowing the blows in. But maybe it's the North Islander out in front, Cody Himmerpo. It's got a sheep number 3 on the board. Sheep number 3 coming out for 4 and 5, Waihape and Ransfield. Hey, looking for that sponsor prize, looking for the effort to get there. Of course, you need to get into the final. And we're shearing with our sponsors are Mark Murphy and Lister, the intermediate machine shear. Very carefully working for the wool handler as young Waihape puts the belly out. I don't know, he must be trying to impress her. Anything's possible in this shearing game. Into the long blow. Come up on the front stand here, Cody Himmerpo from Fielding. He's just showing a clean pair of heels. While we haven't got a clock on them, I'm sure the their ensuing heats will be timing these people to know how fast we've got to get this wool off. Because if you have the fastest time, everybody's got to try and do a better job than you to secure maximum points. But it's no good having the speed without the quality, Jack, and that's what we ask of these shearers, to do a real top job.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as the shed, John. Farmer asks for a good job, and he'll pay you a lot of money to do it. So if you can do that in a show, you could walk away with $400 in the intermediate if you do a good job. First prize today. Cody here, Morpaw, gets the pull cord on one, folks. Kai Waihape and Harley Ransfield still shearing along together. But Lewis Coomgray stuck in front all the way from Waipawa. One more shot. And he goes on 3. So Kai and Harley, they started together. They're going to finish together too, folks. Absolutely nothing in it. Well done, shearers. Jordan White then, he's just got a little bit of work left. Not too far back. Cleans up the frib wool. Very sticky part of the sheep. Got a lead in with that bottom tooth. Quick grab at the tension. Rolls that wool from the top of the leg with his left hand. Starting and finishing on the skin. Beautiful shearing, Jordan. One more shot over the tail. Well done, shearers. That was heat 3, folks.
Move off to the right, gentlemen. Thank you kindly, and we'll move on with the last heat.
Savvy, Tai Toko, Jack Pringle, Mark Calder, Josh Devane. So 4 shearers, folks. 4th and final heat in the intermediate. Next up will be the senior heats. Can we please have the first heat up from our lovely ladies at the front? Can we have the draw, please? Thank you.
Following the senior competition, there will be a wee tea break. And then we'll be back into the open shear elimination round 1 after the smoko break.
So we're hoping to have smoko, folks, at about 9:15. And our open shearing will start around 9:30, ballpark figure.
Oh, I don't think you need to worry about oiling it, chappy. We've had our professionals in here this morning. It hasn't drawn the 100 sheep yet. But thanks for your concern. Just a bit nervous, and he's filling in a bit of time. But everybody looks like they're ready, so we'll have them on the board, please. We get somebody in that pen. Thank you. Righto, shearers on the board. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. A lot of concern from Josh Devane about how that plant was going to hold up under the stress he's going to throw at it. But by crikey, these plants are supplied by Lister. Tommy Wilson has sorted everything out. And he can guarantee that it'll handle all the stuff you can chuck at it, Josh. You just go hard. Mark Calder from Belclutha on the 3 stand. And he got the slight advantage of entering early and shearing last. So the sheep may be a little bit warmer. You're a bit more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I suppose, if you happen to be a long traveller yesterday. So you've had the chance of shearing in the last heat. Jack Pringle from Belclutha on the 2. not too much waste on this man. He's a pretty lean, hungry-looking shearer. And Savi Taitoko from up in the north, from Aria. He was having a crack at the fine wool yesterday. Did a pretty good job too, held a head high. The crossbreds are a lot easier to shear as we rock up the long blow and stand 3-4, 2-3-4. Into the long blow now for Savvy. This is the last of the chance of any of these intermediate shearers to make through to the semi-final. As we talked about, we will be straight into the senior competition following the completion of this heat. Then a wee tea break at the end of the senior shear, and then in with the open elimination round 1. Down the last side stands 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit more pace, perhaps. Mark Calder from Belcluta maybe just have the edge as he comes out the last leg. Josh Devane, he's trying to struggle to keep that sheep flat on the floor. He's made a decision to pop the head forward just to make the sheep sit properly for him so he can wind off that last leg. Mark Calder brings out number 2. Oh, they're all in pretty close to this one, Jack. Hey, they've been studying hard, haven't they?
Yeah, they'd go well in the sheds, these young guys. When there's a bit of pressure on and a bit of a race, they always push themselves a bit harder. Savvy Tai Toko sweeps into the belly. Dropping into the flank, though, is Mark Calder. First around into the undermine. Josh Devane caught him up quick, though. Good bit of hand speed on stand 4. Jack Pringle filling that comb up. Not making too much of a race of it.
Stand 1 numbers of stand 1.
Sasha, can you just flip the numbers over for us, please? Thank you. So Savi Taitoko flicks open the neck wool. Up she goes on stand 1. Dropping down into the long blow, we have Josh Devane, though, snuck out in front of Mark Calder. Jack Pringle lifts her up for the first shoulder. Josh takes off the cheek wool. Brings his left and right foot back, lifts that sheep up nice and high for this last side. Mark and Jack turn for home together, but already at the hock is Josh Devane. Savi Taitoko into the long blow. Josh Devane back on the board with his third and final sheep, John.
Yeah, he stroked that last one off by golly. He's got the rhythm. I watched him in the fine wool yesterday, and he had a real battle or two, but not quite used to the merinos from the North Island up there in the Taihape, but he's more settled on these crossbred sheep who are performing very well for us in the shearing department this morning. And he steps forward up the neck now in his third and final one. Mark Calder, he says, I'm not letting you get away. I want to be close on. As Jack Pringle from Belcluta had to unlatch his door. I wonder whether the latch needs a little bit of attention. Seems to be sticking, that latch. So perhaps we're going to have our Mr. Fix-It on it. When we get into the big fellas, the last thing you want to do is have the door locked, because I'll just pull it off its hinges. Righto, Savi Taitoko up on the front stand's got her third and final sheep on the board. But the pace still all on stand number 4. Josh Devane. Had a sheep that's a little bit niggly the first one around, but he's settled into it. He's got confidence in himself. The sheep are sensing that he's confident, and he's got them mastered at the moment. But at any second, the whole world could explode. They are wild animals. They are not drugged or sedated in any way. So you have to be on your game to control this beast as he comes down the last side. Does Josh, rolling out the last leg, making it look easy for an intermediate shearer. Probably about now the door should be locked as they're trying to come onto the board for the next heat. So well shorn, Josh Devane from Taihape Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank for Mark Calder. Right there as well, Jack Pringle. Savi Taitoko just a little bit further back. She's sure well over the first two. This one's just holding her up a little bit. The rhythm. She's trying to hang on to that rhythm as the plant gets switched off on stands free. Time taken for young Mark. Cut it off once, cut it off clean. If you have to go back for a second cut, the judge will be getting it on his counter, and also out the back if you happen to miss a bit, they'll be pinging you as well. Jack Pringle with about 4 shots to go for Savi Taitoko. Needs to move that sheep off its tailbone. Try not to step back too far so the sheep doesn't drop out on her. Cleans up the sock, one over the tail, down the hole. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our intermediate shearers. An elimination round 1.
Senior shearing heat 1, we're going to get you straight up, please. Kavan Bowden, Cody Gregg, Cody Davidson, Stacey Fitu, Kevin Butler and Ryan Dippy. Heat 2 will be Reuben King, Sasha Bond, Manahi Kamura, Clay Harris, Mitch Menzies, Jack Gordon. So come on up, senior shearers, don't be shy. Kavan, Cody, Stacey, Kevin and Ryan. Four sheep to shear. 4 heats in the senior. We'll then have a quick smuggo break and get underway with the open.
So we're just grateful for our farmers who have supplied sheep or offered sheep for the contest. Brian Ponsonby, Peter and John Hughes, Dave Scott, Mark Murphy and Tim Graham. A big thank you for loaning your stock for the shearing competition, along with the trucking firm who have done a marvellous job of keeping us well supplied with the woolies. That's the relevant one.
Warren, is there no junior and senior war handling competition?
Are we doing no.
It's not.
No, it's right.
Just open. Okay.
It's just a little team qualifying.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're running special, so we're an open event just so they can get one.
Gotcha. Okay. Sweet.
Okay, shearers on the board, please. Kenny Payne, the referee for this one, obviously. He's been asked the question. They're just all beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Right, Kenny. Okay, ready to roll. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. 4 sheep to shear. There is no sock. There's nothing on the sock, shearers. Don't worry about taking the back or the front socks off. You shear to the hock. It'll save you gear if you keep away from that little bit of dust in the lower leg. You take it off to the hock and then don't worry about the sock. But they're very, very clean in the points department, these sheep anyway. magnificent line of young hoggets. The maiden ewe will be off to be expected mothers come the autumn. And the farmer's done a magnificent job so far. So here we go. The first of the senior event. And we are sponsored by, this time,
So we're just waiting on James Wilson to check in, please. If anyone knows James, can you get him to see the ladies at the front desk? Thank you.
So great to see these shearers ready. Ryan Dippy from Dunedin down on stand number 6. A little bit of a kick and a wriggle there from his woolly that he's trying to remove that fluff from. But he's got it settled as Kevin Butler from Waimate comes out the last leg. He's one of the sponsors here in the competition yesterday. Stacey White completes the task from Roxburgh, cruises into the pen. Cody Davison from Ashburton, a little bit of trouble just holding this one in the right spot for the dropper to work. Out the last leg, full of concentration, these competitors. Cody Gregg from up in the north, Levin on the 2 stand, pops the head forward, wielding that handpiece like he used to wield an axe as a young fella. Was a very competitive little chopper once upon a time. Kevin Bowden from Ramfurley. Down the valley he goes. Sheep number 2 for him. They have 4 in the pen. Sponsored by RD Petroleum, Backcountry Earthworks and Bourndale Farm. So we've got a multi-sponsored event, this one. There's a lot of shearers in this class, by golly. Because the tallies have gone up over the years. There's a lot of shearers shear in the senior class. They are the real workhorses that hold the game together. As they drop into the long blow on stand number 4. Stacey Fitu there from Rock's brother. There's a reason why I suppose it's called Roxburgh, because it'd be full of rocks. As he comes down and onto the last side, a little bit of tension towards the sheep for Ryan Dippy. As he rolls out the last leg, he's right out the end of his reach there. If you don't worry about that sock past the hock. As he finishing touches and down the pole, a wee bit of a kick just to make sure it went all the way down. Kevin Butler got sheep number 3 onto the board. Oh, in for a bit of a trot here for Bowden up on the front stand. He's keen as hell to get into it. Rides into the pen. Out the last leg comes Davison from Ashburton. A little bit more work for Cody Gregg as he comes down the last side. Using that left hand, maximum use the left hand.
Top 12 in the intermediate and qualifying order: Josh Devane, Aidan Tarrant, Jordan White, Jacob Taylor, Ruby Stone, Michael Buick, Wilson Clare, Ben Cripps, Jack Pringle, Mark Calder, Lewis Coombe-Gray, and lucky last in 12th, Harley Ransfield.
So yeah, they'll be running later in the program. Congratulations to those competitors. We do have both the junior and intermediate final or semi-finalists. They will be posted on the board for those that didn't quite hear the name. We have display boards on the left-hand side of the stadium. And we go down on stand number 6, sheep number 4. Coming out for Ryan. He was down from Dunedin. A little bit of trouble at Dunedin airport the other day. He couldn't get the planes off. All the people wanted to get to Queenstown were starting to fret a little bit at the airport because they couldn't fly. They were waiting for the snow flurries to clear. Out with another one for Kevin Butler, the Waimate lad. keen to help. Down the belly with the sweeping shots. Out the last leg comes Cody Gregg. In here in the front stand, a skip and a hop, and you can't keep this man down. Kevy Bowden. Stacey Fitu goes in, the Roxborough lad. Cody Gregg on the middle. Here's Cody Davison. In on the 3 stand as well. Sheep number 4. But the pace all down here at the far end at the moment. Ryan Dippy from Dunedin. It hasn't been easy for him down there, Jack. He's had a little bit of trouble. The sheep have obviously seen a bit more daylight down there and wanted to get around the corner on him.
He's gone pretty good, old Ryan Dippy. Down the end, I'm pretty sure that's his 4th and final sheep. Down the portal she goes. Well done, Ryan. Excellent shearing. Kavan Bowden on stand 1 though. He's going great guns too. Cody Gregg on that last shoulder. Kevin Butler, your local man. 1 more long blow for him. Coming down that last side though, we got Cody Gregg. Had a great season down here at Prelam. Loves the shearing shows. The excellent last side. Well done, Cody. Stacey Fitu and Kavan Bowden. 2 South Islanders stroking along. All the way from Central Otago, these 2 young fellas. Right at the last hock they go together, but Kevin Butler snuck in front. Stacey and Kavan go out. That's going to leave Cody Davidson to have the final say. Just a little bit more wool coming off there for Cody. Bang, he is gone. Well done, Shearers. That was heat number 1. Heat 2, let's get you straight up. Reuben King, Sasha Bond, Manahi Kamura, Clay Harris, Mitch Menzies, and Jack Gordon. Jack Gordon.
Jack's on 6. Jack's on 6.
And Mitch on 5. Set her up, Mitch. Don't worry, your name's coming down. Have a look at your pen.
Oh, it's good to see we got a few people rocking in to help their young competitors on, cheer them on, a bit of moral support. It's a lonely job up there. You're battling the sheep and the judge. Do we have a name for Mitch?
Thumbs up from Mr. Payne.
Referee back along the board to 5.
We're just keeping you fit, Ken. Doing a few laps up and down the board.
Be tough. Be strong, Ken. Be strong. Just have a wee cough and say, no, 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 no. Looks like we're ready to go. Shears to the board. Okay. Everybody happy? Timekeeper's right. Judges? No. Hang on. Start again. This time round. Timekeeper's right. Judges? Competitors? Go. We got that little voice saying no, 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 and we instant stop, but we're away this time. Jack Gordon down there on the number 6. He's been here for an hour or two waiting for this competition to get underway, for his chance to show what he can do, the young man from Timaru, Mitchell Menzies. We found a name for him. He just pulled out a beautiful sheep there, and he's removed the undermine and the top knot's gone, and he steps up the neck just like that. Clay Harris, from a visitor from the north, from Pew Pew, as he swings it around, comes into that offside now, the first off shoulder. Let's see how he handles these sheep. He looks like he's got it under control. Likewise is Manahi Kumura from Hunterville. Or Kamura, sorry, we'll get it the right pronunciation and I'll get my stick. Into the long blow. There's the Hunterville lad swinging it up. Got the rock and roll rhythm. Pulls that head hard in against his left leg as he swings onto the money side of the sheep now and down over the brisket he's about to shoot. Sasha Bond, another traveller from up in the north. Been hanging in the pens here, just watching how these sheep are shearing. Stroking down the last side, poking them in pretty quick. We've got Reuben King up on the front stand. Flicks the belly out, no effort at all. Just leading the field at the moment, so he's settled into his job, into the work, nice and easy. A beautiful job these shearers. It's good to see them all keep close together because it makes it easier, and it's come down here in the commentary box. And Jack Kamura from Hunterville, he's still got that hunger to get into that pen. Only a small stature of a shearer, but by crikey, he's making the most of it.
Yeah, they got a big heart, these young fellas. Manahi Kamura flicks the belly wool out. Sasha Bond fires a deep one over the backbone. Closely followed by Clay Harris. Turning for home first though, Reuben King from Kaiapoi. Coming over that last shoulder, dropping the back of the hand. Making sure to fill that comb up. Cleans off the top of the leg. Excellent job coming off there for Reuben. All these other shearers, there's not much in it at the moment, right down the rest of the board. Next up, looks like it's the young lass from Pew Pew, Sasha Bond. Starting to push ahead from the rest of the boys now. Under the flank goes Sasha. Little bit ticklish that sheep. She'll just settle her down. No stress from her. Reuben King fires into the undermine. Manahi Kamura's at the top of the leg. And Mitch Menzies is just rolling under that last hip. Right around the rump. Mitch shoots in the pen along with Clay Harris. Sasha Bondo back on the board with a little humdinger. A beautiful little shear and hogget is that one. She's going to make the most of it. Jack Gordon and Manahi Kamura in the pen, they swing together. Reuben King though, he's going like a rat up a drain pipe at the moment. Turns for home, takes off the cheek wool first. Very big lead now. Sasha Bond steps through and up the neck. Still got that little speed shear sheep between her legs. Really enjoying this one. Manahi Kamura does a nice deep undermine. He's going to have a very slippery last side. Clay Harris brings that leg forward, pulls that head up between his crutch and fires down the last side. Reuben King back in the pen for sheep number 4, I think it is.
Yeah, we'll just keep those numbers ticking over there, guys, in the pens. I know there's a lot going on and you like to be watching, but we've got to keep the timekeepers informed of what sheep number we're up to. As we swing it on to the last side, the money side of the sheep down on stand number 6, Jack Gordon from Timaru. Trying to get every whisker of wool off that. Using the left hand, very important to help control the sheep as Sasha Bond gets that one completed, and then she goes for sheep number 4. Remembering, shearers, you're not required to take the back socks off. Just stay above the hock or to the hock. That's the way we're running the game according to the chief referee. Then goes Kamura, the Thunderball Hound. He's loving these sheep at the moment. This one looks nice and open in the wall. Perhaps you'll get a bit of a flyer on it. That one's trying to fly down there for Jack Gordon. It's away, almost just to see the daylight around the corner and taken off. Reuben King, though, leading the way. Just got one that's shuffling on him a little bit on that last side, but he's clear away at the moment. McClay Harris is maybe the man that's chasing out after him, and on stand number 4, as he comes to the top of the shoulder and down and out to the flank, by crikey, he's got a hell of a relaxed style. And but Reuben King completes the task, the first to get the button. Likewise as Clay Harris from Pew. He made that look easy on that last sheep. He's a big, tall, lean, solid fella, and he could get right over his sheep. Having a wee bit of an advantage above the smaller person, too, because they can stretch right out. As we drop into the long blow now, down on the far end, Jack Gordon. He's the last one to turn for home because Sasha Bond is out the last leg on the 2 stand. Manahi Kamura down and out to the flank as well. Need to put those shots straight down that last side so you eliminate the number of blows you're putting in. Out the last leg for Mitchell Menzies. Big shoulders on that lad, he's sure very well. Controlled his sheep nicely. Out the last leg for Jack Gordon. Manahi Kamura completes the task. Jack Gordon, he's done and dusted as well. Hits the time button, and we'll move on now to heat number 3.
Heat 3, let's get you straight up, please. Blake Crooks, Scott Cameron, Brandon Coombe-Gray, and Daniel Bennett. Heat 4 will be Andrew Booth, Joseph Gordon, Adam Gordon. So Blake, Scott, Brandon, and Daniel, straight up, please. We're going to get underway. Heat 3 of the senior.
Sponsors for this event, Bourndale Farms, Backcountry Earthworks, and RD Petroleum. They, along with many other sponsors that are on the walls here inside the stadium, we do appreciate the effort that you people put in, and hope some of our competitors and farmers return the favour by using your service. So just the 4 shearers this time round. We've got Blake Crooks, Scott Cameron, Brendan Coombe-Gray, and Daniel Bennett. And then there'll be 3 in the last. Booth, Gordon, and Gordon. Okay, shearers on the board. Oh. Referee's just checking along the board. Everybody's happy. Yeah, thank you. That's the thumbs are up, and that's indicating to us we're underway. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. So this is the second to last heat. At the completion of heat number 4, we will have a wee tea break.
James Wilson, we're going to put you in the next heat. Just heard you signed in, so James Wilson, you'll be along with Andrew Booth, Joseph Gordon and Adam Gordon in the heat that's coming up next. Thank you. So we're going to have 5 in the last heat. I think there's Chris Russell to jump up as well.
Okay. So yeah, we will have 5 in that last heat. Gordon, Booth, Wilson, there's James Wilson, and Chris Russell. Here we have the live shearing again. Heat number 3. 4 competitors, quite competitive that last heat. Let's see how these 4 go. 4 sheep to shear in this senior competition. Out the last leg, remembering that don't have to go below the hock. Onto those back socks, so that'll save your gear a little bit. Out the last leg now for Scott Cameron from Alexandra. Blake Crooks from Rangiora on the front stand. Brandon Coombe-Gray from Waipawa there on stand number 3. Brandon's down the first off leg now. Leading in with a 3-tooth and then choking the comb as he goes up the undermine. Daniel Bennett from Temuka swings for home. Into the long blow. That first off shoulder. He's right over that wee little honey of a sheep. As he rocks it up the long blow, she can sense that he's so close that it's a waste of time trying to kick and get away from him. Because he's wrapped himself right around this woolly, making every shot count as he comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Long blow time for Scott Cameron from Alex. He was featuring in the speed shear last night. Not sure how he went later in the program, but he was pretty good up on the board. As he shoots now, got a minor placing. Coming across the last side for Scott Cameron. Blake Crooks around the back of the head into the offside of the sheep. There's Brandon Coombe-Gray from Waipawa. Another sheep on the board, sheep number 3 a week. Just check those numbers in the pen. Make sure you keep flicking the cards over for us. Finishing touches for the Alex man as he rolls into the pen. Scott Cameron. But the pace all coming from Daniel Bennett from Tumuku down here on stand number 4. I'm sure we're on sheep number 3 on the front stand as well. Roll those cards on the front stand, please.
Blake Crookie's going pretty good though, folks. A whisker ahead of Daniel Bennett. Scotty Cameron, very good merino shearer, loves the crossbreds too. Takes off the top knot. Follows that top tooth under the chin. Breaks open the neck wall. But Blake Crook already pumps that one down the porthole. Back on the board with his fourth and final sheep, I believe. Is that his fourth sheep on stand one? Third sheep. So he's got one left. Thank you. So Daniel Bennett way out in front on stand number 4. Definitely got his fourth sheep out. And it's a little peeler. Strokes into the undermine. Brandon Coomgray is on that last side. Finishing touches out that hock. Runs in the pen for his fourth and final. Scotty Cameron, beautiful job there. That sheep is just glistening on stand number 2. Scotty's back on the board then. Sheep 4. Blake Crook into that first shoulder of sheep 3. But already coming down the last side. Fourth and final sheep on the board. Daniel Bennett all the way from Tamuka. Doing a great job there. He's going to be first off. Gets the pull cord. Well done, Daniel. Blake Crook slips over that last shoulder. Still got one left in the pen. Scotty Cameron's already up the neck. But Brandon Coomgray turns for home. He's got his fourth sheep in between his legs. Down the neck and over that shoulder he goes.
I'm picking there's some pretty low scores outside. Just looking at some of the finalist results that have come in, some of the top shearers are getting some nice low scores, which shows that the sheep are shearing very well. So must compliment the farmers down here of supplying such sheep that make it easy for our competitors here in this sports game of shearing. Making it look easy is Scott Cameron, all the way from Alexander, as he rolls out that last leg. Inky Pinky is what we would call that one. He did a marvellous job. Well, they're a little bit friskier, these ones. You didn't see the Merinos jumping over the pen last night, Jack, but I see a little bit of live wire with these border cross sheep.
Yeah, I think some of them are crossed with a kangaroo. They love jumping around, all right. These pens are pretty low, so they line them up straight over the fence.
You have baby kangaroos around here called a wallaby. I tell you what, they're starting to sneak around the rest of the country too, even up in the North Island. Not enough roux in the stew, I say. Here we come. Blake Crooks comes across the last side now. He's head down, bum up, just working hard to the best of his ability. A little bit behind the time stakes, but he just wants everything to be right, flat across that skin. He's shearing with it himself. He's not pushing the wheelbarrow too hard. The sheep's responding by sitting calmly for him. And he down the porthole, well shorn, Blake. Thank you, shearers. Would you move off to the right and we'll move on with the next lot from the left. Thank you.
Fourth and final heat. Let's get you straight up, please. Andrew Booth, Joseph Gordon, Adam Gordon, Makaida Black, James Wilson and Chris Russell. So we've got a full heat for the final heat. A couple of guys got missed early on.
Just when you got a moment, can you say there's a few tickets left in that?
Just while these shearers are getting set up, we have the Waimate Shears raffle. It's for a handpiece. Now, if you have a spare lazy $20, and if you want to go to work, shoot down and take a raffle ticket at the entry table. So that's the Waimate Shears handpiece raffle, $20 per ticket at the entry table. We'll be very pleased to have your support. I won't take one because I don't like work anymore. I have enough old ones and still at home in the drawer that I have trouble wearing them out. So full stand this time round. Local boys and travellers from the north. Having a quick look over the pen, but there's no rejects. Mr. Ken Payne said, I'm short of sheep. We're not having any of this reject stuff. Shearers on the board, please. One out, all out. It's good enough. It's got teeth, it's got legs, it's got wool. It's called a sheep. We're going to shear them. Everybody's happy. Okay. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. No mucking round. We're here to shear. Andrew Booth up on the front stand, the local lad from Waimate. Joseph Gordon from Masterton on stand number 2. On 3, Adam Gordon from Masterton on the 3. On the 4, Makiria Black from Timaru. Down the first off leads to go, the undermine approaches for him. James Wilson from Winton on the 5 stand. Down on the 6 from Christchurch, Chris Russell. A couple of these shearers thought they'd missed out, but we just had glazed over their names, but fortunately we picked them up before we got to the end of this competition. So they're shearing a little bit later than perhaps they would have done with them. May they take the most of those chances, because the pace will come on from the boys from the wire wrapper. They battled it out in the speed shear last night, these two young fellas in the middle, the Gordon boys. And the big brother got the drop on the young one. Down the belly for the second time. A little bit further back is the black from Timaru on stand at the number 4. James Wilson from Wilton. Big powerful shoulders in this young shearer. Scoots into the pen. Just has half a bit of a glance to see here I'm going along the board. Okay, we're looking forward to starting the Open at the completion of the morning tea break. And shearers that have not reported in, Ringa Paiwai, Hugh DeLacy and Corey Smith, along with Paul Hodges, Duncan Higgins, Paul Robinson. Who else we got here? Chris Vickers, Chris Black. Oh, how do you pronounce that? And our man from Golden Bay, in Hassan Shalakanbakta. Well, that is a mouthful. For those shearers in the Open that haven't reported, and please do so at the entry table, we will be cranking into that competition before too long. This is the last heat of the senior competition before the tea break for our judges to wet their whistles, and our pen staff, they've been working hard here since 7 o'clock. So we just don't like to punish them too much, Jack, and we like to have, just to give them a little bit of a sip and a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Yeah, these judges love a cup of tea and a biscuit, John. It's their bread and butter for their life. Keeps them going. And of course, when the sun goes over the hill, the beer comes out. So they're not too fussy, these judges. Keep them fed and watered and they're pretty happy. Back to the shearing though. Joseph Gordon, he's going really well, folks, on stand 2. Pulling away from his brother. That comb is just stuck to the skin. Absolutely like super glue. Doing a beautiful job. Finishing touches to sheep 3. He's already in the pen for 4. Makaida Black swings around the back of the head. Turning for home together, James Wilson and Chris Russell. But Joseph Gordon, you watch this undermine, folks, absolutely pumps it off. Top knot off on stand 2. Adam just settles that one back down. Not a fan of the cold weather, that sheep. Has a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Andrew Booth, your local man. You should have a bit of a fan club built up here, Andrew. Joseph Gordon, though, he has really pumped this last sheep out, folks. Got a hurrah of a lead now. Excellent shearing there from Joseph. The young man is pumped up. He's out that top of the last leg. Rolls right around the rump. Following that top tooth. He gets the pull cord. Well done, Joseph. Makaida Black, couple left in the pen. Maybe one. Half a sheep back though, Adam Gordon. The other brother. Out the top of that last shoulder for him. Feeds that fribble with the bottom tooth. Lines up the last side. And feels a bit of rhythm. Makaida Black out on the board with sheep 3. Still one in the pen, but Adam Gordon goes out on 3. James Wilson over that last shoulder. On 4, Chris Russell. Still got one left in the pen, John.
Yeah, well, it's everybody can't be shearing at the same pace because it'll just choke the wool handlers. We can't have that. So it's these shearers are doing a marvellous job of just spreading themselves out with their speed. So it takes the presser off the presser, the wool handlers and everybody along the front here. That is not true. They just can't get the rhythm and they would dearly love to be finished by now. Is sheep number 4 coming out down the far end. He's had a bit of a look along the man from Christchurch and says, crikey, I'm a little bit back here as Chris Russell. But he's got the opportunity, keep the quality right. The time will look after itself. You can't go any faster, you can't go any faster. Makaida Black from Timaru into the long blow. He's still got one in the box. The last one on the board for our Waimate man up on the front here, Andrew Booth. Swings on to the money side of the sheep about now. Can't praise these sheep enough. They've been shearing extremely well, and the scorecards are telling us that they're shearing very well because they're removing the wool with one comb, one blow of the comb in the cutter, and there's been least amount of second cuts around here this morning than I've seen in a long time. So over the shoulder on the last side, swinging out the last leg is Andrew Booth, the Waimate man. Black still got one in the pen. Last one on the board for Chris Russell. He'd be thinking, crikey, did I have 5 in this pen? I'm sure I was going all right. But there goes Andrew Booth, completes the task up on the front. This is the last heat of the senior competition. And it was sponsored by RD Petroleum, Backcountry Earthworks and Bourndale Farm. Once again, we thank our sponsors. Here we have Chris Russell just tidying up the inside of that frib wool on the front leg. Down and out to the back hockey swings. Full blows, full combs, getting it easy. He says, like hell I am, but I'm finished, and well done to him. Just the 3/4 of a sheep to go now for Makira Black from Timaru. A little bit of perspiration just to start to show on the face. It's not actually that hot up there, that it's just the fact that you're concentrating that hard that you break into a little bit of a bead of sweat as he rocks into the long blow. Judging still happening for him. We'll keep revolving the judges around throughout the shearing program, so each shearer gets about a half to a third of judging per judge on his sheep, depending on how quickly they can move along the board. Sometimes it can be a hold-up, but everything's been going pretty sweetly here today. No judges have fallen off the board, which is a real bonus. Mind you, the one or two haven't been out the back for a cup of tea yet, so we'll see. Under the shoulder and about down and out to the flank comes Makira Black. This class is for shearers that are shorn up to 300 plus a day. Out the last leg. Well shorn. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves it. Good effort. We are now having a wee tea break. So just give us a few moments and we'll be back on air with the open elimination round, Jack.
First heat in the open. We will start shearing at 9:45. So you open guys, please be ready.
Best. No, well, here we go. The first heat of the Open with Jordan Boys, Ricky Hana Chase, Vinnie Stringer, Geoff O'Neill, Braden Clifford, and Chris Black. You are shearing in the first heat, which is 5 minutes counting down.
Just a notice to a few competitors at lunchtime. Can we please have Tony Dobbs, Josh Devane, Blake Crook, Tade Edwards, and Nathan Stratford present? So that's Nathan, Tade, Blake, Josh, and Tony. Make sure you're sticking around for lunchtime, please. Let's get our shearing judges back to the board, please. We're going to get some names up. We're going to get straight underway with the open heats. So we've got our judges fed and watered. They'll be pretty happy now. Alrighty folks, let's get heat one underway. Can we have Jordan Boys, Ricky Hana Chase, Varney Stringer, Chris Black, John O'Neill and Braden Clifford to the stand, please.
Test. We're shearing 5 sheep. We'll start with that in the first heat anyway. I'm pretty sure it'll work out if we carry on like that all day through this open class. First prize of $1,200 in this PGG Wrightson's VetMed Open Machine Shear. Also special awards. Competing for a semi-final, 3 heats of a bigger number of sheep. So 5 sheep to shear in this event for shearers that have shorn over 405 in an 8-hour day. The tallies exceed 405 and 450 in a 9-hour stint. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. Just check those names. I think we've... No, that's awesome. Jordan Boyce, Ricky Hana Chase, Vinnie Stringer, Chris Black, John O'Neill and Braden Clifford are our first heat. Could we have Chris Black, please? Thank you. Chris has just been skidding the tyres, getting here on time. So our sponsors of this event are, of course, the PGG Wrightson and VetMed. Streaking onto the board. A hell of a thing to be pushing the wheelbarrow this late. Five sheep to shear. Whoops, crikey. Even the moccasins won't get done up properly. Beautiful hoggets that we've been seeing before us this morning. Okay, ready to roll, are we? Thumbs are up. No. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and moving here in the first one. As I say, if you make the final and get the top prize, it's $1,200 up for grabs. Jordan Boys from Owaka on the front stand. Ricky Chase and Ty Happy on stand number 2. On 3, Vinny Stringer from Ranfurly. Chris Black from Geraldine on stand number 4. On 5, by Alexandra, John O'Neill and Braden Clifford. On the stand number 6, we do have the senior machine shearers, top 12, Reuben King, top qualifier, James Wilson, Joseph Gordon, Adam Gordon, Mitchell Menzies, Scott Cameron, Cody Gregg, Andrew Booth, Clay Harris, Brandon Coombe Gray, Sasha Bond, and Blake Crooks is the last one. So those senior semi-finalists, you're after the open heats. Heat number 2 will be Jared Morgan, Stacey Tahuya, Jake Rangiuya, Thomas Lambert and Ant Frew. Sorry, and Chris Vickers is in there as well. Just check the numbers, that's the story. Keep them rolling along. Our timekeepers know, or need to know, when we're on our last sheep. We have 5 to shear, so just those shearers in heat number 2, Jared Morgan, Stacey Tahuya, Chris Vickers, Drake Rangiuya, Thomas Lambert and Ant Frew. Stringer across the shoulder on the last side, settling it in. Beautiful shearing hoggets these are. Just turning the 12 months old, these sheep. Out the last leg for Ricky Hearted Chase and Ty Happy. Uses his little bit of maintenance required in our signage. But nobody was hurt, so that's okay. Stretching into the pen with the harness on. Put a bit of strain on the board. And up over the top. We've got rid of the harness on the front stand. Jordan Boys says, I can shear faster without it. Let's get amongst this thing. Out the last leg, Chris Black on stand at number 4. John O'Neill flicks it out the back, the belly I'm talking about. Easy down the first off leg. The undermine coming up. Right there is Braden Clifford. Sweeping blows up the long blow. The undermine done. Sweeping blows here for Stringer on the force on the 3 stand. Out the last leg goes Chase. He's moving along pretty quickly. Pressure shearing at his best. These open class shearers are more than capable of shearing 500 a day. Or at least over 400, otherwise they'd still be in the senior class. PGG Wrightson's sponsoring this event along with VetMed. This is heat number 1. Chris Black about to turn for home. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank for John O'Neill. Braden Clifford right on the money as well. But still it's Chase from Ty Happy a year. Into the long blow. Just check those numbers on the stand number 2, please, Troy. Thank you. In goes the Jordan Boys. Up on the front stand from Owaka. Sheep number 4 on the board. Sheep 5 is it? Just check. Looks like sheep 5. So the pace all up on the front stand. Stringer into the long blow. Still on sheep number 4. Fourth sheep half Sean down on to 4, 5 and 6. But all the pace, the 5th and final sheep on the board on the front. Jordan Boys turns for home. Started off with the harness on. Chucked it away. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank and making it look easy too. Got the long sleeves on this morning just to make sure the muscles are all warmed up. Right out the last leg, what a good shear. Looks sweet from here, inky pinky. Ricky Harner Chase to the top of the shoulder on the money side of the sheep. Sheep number 5 on the board for O'Neill. Braden Clifford. Couple of shots and he'll be in for 5. Likewise is Chris Black finishing touches down the hold. He goes into his 5th and final sheep. Varney Stringer from Renfurley rocks up the long blow. Big shots from the middle of the loin right up behind the ear. Down off the top he winds. It's not all about the speed. You need the quality as well. And there's been some good quality before us this morning in the junior, intermediate and senior events. Unsung heroes in the shearing industry are the pressers out in the back room. Everybody else out here in front can display their wares, whether it be a shearer, wool handler, broom attendant, but the old pressers are around the corner, out of sight, doing all the grunty stuff. But it ain't quite as bad as it used to be because he's got a hydraulic press, but he's still tucked away in the corner, earning his lunch break, I can sure. Out the last leg comes Chris Black. Finishing touches there for Braden Clifford. Heat number 1 almost done in this PGG Wrightson sponsored event. Hit the button, that's the story. Off to the right, gentlemen, once you've had a bit of a quick talk to the judge, and we'll move on from the left with our next lot of shearers. And through Thomas Lambert, Jake Rangier, Chris Vickers, Stacey Tahuria, and Jared Morgan. Heat number 3 will be Corey White, Brent Roberts, Leon Samuels, Duncan Higgins, Duncan Leslie, and Tari Edmonds and Lionel Tamata. Duncan Higgins is not reported in. So that's Corey White, Brent Roberts, Leon Samuels, Duncan Leslie, Tari Edmonds, and Lionel Tamata. So Higgins will be shearing in the last heat. It is a request from the organisers that you be here well before the allotted time for you to shear. Could we have the shearers on the board, please? Don't hurt yourself. Get out of that pen. We've only got X amount of sheep. The referee is very, very stern, Mr. Noel Hanley. On the board, please, Ants. Good to go. Thumbs up. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. The blue of the Waimate shearing singlet comes barreling out the door. 6 more eager contestants wanting to make a name for themselves here today. Jared Morgan for Waimate, the local layout up on the front stand. Stacey Tahuya. Alexandra he calls home these days. Alexandria across in the rocky country. And he's shearing on stand number 2. Chris Vickers from Palmerston on the 3 stand. Jake Ringiuya from Matara rolls out the last leg as he swoops under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Thomas Lambert from Christchurch pumping hard there on stand number 5. Shearing just a little bit close to the wall. Sheep starting to move for him and he's not liking it at all. Ant Frew from Pleasant Point is right out the last leg on stand number 6. But the pace coming through here in stand number 2. He knows all about the pace. The Stace Tahuya. Had a go at numerous records over the years. Merinos, long wools, you name it, he's been there, done that. Making it look easy, he always has. I've been watching this fella for about 35, 40 years maybe. And he's proven to be a top-class competitor. But every dog has his day, and 6 of these guys are vying for their chance to make in that semi-final. They're settled into the rhythm of the job now. Thomas Lambert turns for home on the 5 stand from Christchurch. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank comes Jake from Matara. Just a little bit more care as he comes under the shoulder. He's trying to use his left hand to iron out a few wrinkles. So his comb floats across the skin. Lambert fires one down the chute. Likewise as Ant Frew about to join him for sheep number 3. Chris Vickers is the finishing touches on 2. He's on stand number 3 on number 1. Jared Morgan, the local hopeful. Under the shoulder. Sacrificing just a little bit of pace for the keeping the quality right. It doesn't look good if you're going to get too many points out the back too high, and you won't be doing yourself any favours in the judge's eye. You notice these shearers, they shift their sheep with every blow they stick in. There's always changing something on their body, whether it be their foot pattern, their hand pattern. Every time they put a shot in, there's always something happening. So it's keeping the sheep guessing about how we're going to beat this big, strong shearer that's out here trying to remove the fluff. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank comes the Matara. Right out the last leg. No sweat coming off the brow of Jake at the moment as he steps in for sheep number 4. Just check the sheep numbers on stand number 2, please. Too much yapping in the pen and not enough for rolling the tickets over. Sheep number 4 for Stacey Tahuya. Thank you. Sheep number 4 for Thomas Lambert. Likewise as Ant Frew, who's just starting to let the old muscles relax a little bit now and fire the quick shots in. One shot up the neck and breaks the wool open for the judges to peer in. Down into the first off shoulder. He was looked a bit of a cold starter down there on the first sheep, but he's right into his work now. Number 5, the 5th and final sheep coming out for Tahuya on the stand number 2. Don't worry about the back socks, gentlemen. You were here earlier, you would have heard the call. Go to the hock only. You get out that back sock and it'll dull your comb and cutter. There's bound to be a little bit of dust in there somewhere. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. On stand number 4. On 3, Chris Vickers comes across the last side. Keeping the sheep belly bowed out there so he could rock the comb and cutter down. Swooping from the middle of the shoulder, down and out to the flank and out, right out that last leg. Ooh, bit of a line-up, get that one down the port, old Chris. That's the story, in for number 5. It's still the pace here. Stace Tahuya. He's not listening to me at all. He's just up there concentrating. He's got his earplugs in. I'm sure they're not radio ones. They just here to block me out. I'll get to him, though. You watch me. There he goes. Reaches for the cord. Good sheer, Stace. Is who's going to be next in line. Still one in the box there on stand number 1. Stand number 5 and 4, 5 and 6. Jake Rangiuya from Matara coming across the shoulder. He's right on the tail of Ant Frew from Pleasant Point down on the 6th stand. Across the shoulder on the last side is Thomas Lambert. Vickers to the top of the shoulder now. There's Jared Morgan from Waimate, the last to go in for sheep number 5. Sponsored by PGG Wrightsons and VetMed this event. Chris Vickers just trying a little bit of an unorthodox style of getting that last leg off. Saved a bit of energy. Sheep laid the game. So Cordy White, Brent Roberts, Leon Samuels, Duncan Leslie, Tari Edwards and Lionel Taumata. You are the next 6. Now I believe there's 2 tickets left in the handpiece raffle. $20 per ticket down at the entry table. Just 2 tickets left. If you want to be in a chance for win a $1,000 prize in the Hampies. And the Wool Expo, of course, they tell me that's opened up again this morning. Must be warm enough in the shed now for the people that are displaying there at the Wool Expo. And of course there's horses, so beware when you go outside. There might be a runaway horse. Just take your own safety into your hands. Gentlemen, could you go off to the right so we don't have confusion on our stairway, please? And we have our new team on from the left. A few changes of judges here today, giving everybody a crack up on the big stage. This is heat number 3 coming up. Heat 4 will be Toko Hapuka, Tony Chamberlain, Paul Robertson, Matthew Hunt, Gavin Much, Willie McSkimming. And the 5th heat will be Troy Piper, Martini Mason, Lewis Pincole, Ringa Paiwai, Hugh DeLacy, David Gordon, Pirata Abrahams. Oh, that can't be right. Heat 5 will be Troy Piper, Martini Mason, Lewis Pincole, Ringaka Paiwai, Hugh DeLacy, David Gordon. What's our blackboard man's name? David. Could Davey Devlin come down and see me, please? Our blackboard writer. Davey, would you like to come and see us down here at the table? Just want to check that. There was 7 written in that heat, so I've ducked one off. So
Oh, yeah.
So Pies is in the last heat, and Duncan Higgins is late turned up.
Aye.
So
Aye. He was late.
he's here now though. 2, 4, 6. So there'll be 6 in the last heat. Is that right? Yes. 2, 4, 6. Okay, Shearer's on the board. Yeah, well, he was too late for that. So we'll put him up here at number 1 on the last heat.
Well, you wouldn't let me change Chris back.
Pardon?
Chris back was late, so you wouldn't let me change.
Well, he was here. This other fella hadn't turned up. I don't know why, the reason.
That's what they've decided.
That's what it's out of my control.
Yeah, rules for one.
Okay, ready to go. We've got the thumbs up. Sorry for the delay. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. Sorry to have you waiting, gentlemen, but you're away now. Corey White from Waimate, the local lad. Brent Roberts from Atara on the number 2. Leon Sambles, Invercargill on the 3. Across the road, across the valley a little bit, Duncan Leslie from Alexandra. Tari Edwards from Taumarunui on the 5 stand. And Lionel Taumata from Gore down on the 6. He used to call the North Island home, but now he's decided that the south is far more pleasant. Unsure about that. The people are good, but wherever you call home is where you hang your hat, I suppose. So that's the way we roll. Brent Roberts won the speed shear last night in the open class. Took away a couple of $1,000. And he's banged that one out pretty smartly, by golly. Corey White up on the front stand, finishing touches for him. Duncan Leslie goes in. Leon Samuels in Chicago. He's got 2 on the board. Tari Edwards as well. Taumata down the far end. Last to come out with a second woolly. PGG Wrightson once again have been the sponsors, though. Must be doing all right as a company because they're still running out there and putting a few dollars into the shearing game. And I suppose when the Merinos wool's chasing $25 a kilo as opposed to the $2.50 for this sort of stuff, things are a little bit tight for the crossbred farmer at the moment as far as the wool price goes. But it will come back. We're going on about climate change and what have you, but you don't see all these greenies and what have you wearing wool. Righto, back here with the shear now as Duncan Leslie comes out the last leg. Edwards on the 5 stand, rolls out just a couple of shots ahead of him. Corey White starting to feel the pressure a little bit as he down and out to the flank on the money side of the sheep. But Brent Roberts poking him in quick up in the undermine. Gets a sheep that starts to strain on him a little bit. Leon Samuels takes advantage and he swoops down into that off shoulder. Swinging away now from the crowd. And so we can't see how many second cuts to the wool fibre he's making as he rolls up the long bow, but the judge is right on his case. They got a little clicker in their hand and they will record every second cut. And then, of course, there's another set of judges down the bottom in the count-out pens where they will be recording the finished product, judging the sheep for any wool fibre left on or any bruising to the skin. Leon Samuels, in he goes. The tension starting to mount a little bit as the further we get into this competition. The day's warming up. Lionel Taumata from Gore is out the last leg. Likewise the Tamariri lad, Tari Evans. Duncan Leslie there as well. Brent Roberts steps into the band. Sheep number 4. Corey White. He's the last to go in, but still hanging on the coattails of the rest of them. So they're pretty close, these people, this mob. But Samuels going hard, making it look easy. The next heat will be Harpooker, Chamberlain, Robertson, Hunt, Much and McSkimming. They are the heat number 4. One in the box now for Leon Samuels. Steps into the pen. Brent Roberts is making a tidy job of this one as he comes under the shoulder. Keeping it sweet. No full comb marks here. He's just using about 8 teeth. Making a lovely job of it. Goldie White out the last leg. He's got away from Duncan Leslie and Tari Edwards at this stage. Lionel Taumata. Top knot comes off sheep number 5. But it's Leon Samuels comes under the shoulder. Working away that last side. Quick hand, quick eye, done the business, hits the dropper cord. The sheep around Duncan Leslie. Lionel Taumata just has a quick look at the judge and see how many's on that counter clock. He'll be hoping it's only one or two a sheep. I see we've had some real good low scores in the intermediate shear. An average of 1 on the board for Josh Devane. Now that was a pretty good shear. That just goes to show you how the quality of the sheep that have come forward for us this morning to take the wool off. Where an average of 1 second cut over 3 sheep, mate, that's pretty good. We could have even had a goose egg maybe on one, and he's just got, but over the average, it's all taken on the average. So well, Sean. Thank you guys. Duncan, Leslie, the last one to complete. As we get our next lot onto the board. You're not there yet, Nate. You're the last one. Up we go, Shears. Few of the older ones like to use these back aids. Prolongs the life of the shearer, they say. Using the back aid, it actually makes your shearer a bit closer to your dropper. Common practice around many sheds. PGG writes and sponsors this event along with VetMed. The next heat will be Troy Piper, Martini Mason, Lewis Pincole, Ringako Pauai, Hugh DeLacy and David Gordon. Shearers on the board, please. Right, Toko. Everybody's back where they should be. We're getting a thumbs up from the referee, Mr. Hanley. Everybody's happy. Timekeepers right. Judges. Competitors, go. Into the pen they go. Heat number 4. On the front stand, we have Toko Hapuka. From Mefton. Stand number 2, Paul Robertson from Australia. Matthew Hunt from Invercargill. On stand number 3. On number 4 from Dannyburg, Gavin Much. Willie McSkimming from Oamaru. And down on the far stand we got Tony Chamberlain from Waimate. Can't keep him away from the competition. He says he's been here for the last couple of days, helping around and out the back. I need to have a go with the old bog iron, he says. Throwing it in. Not too deep, but he's very just half combing up that long bloke. He doesn't want to leave a whisker of wool on. There's Tony Chamberlain. Paul Robertson goes in on stand number 2. Pumping away now is the Harpocker man on the front stand. Let's go with a fly and big one up the tail. Off with the top knot and around the back of the head he's about to swing. Willie McSkimming. He hasn't been answering his phone in the last couple of days. He swings in the long blow on stand number 5. Over the shoulder comes Gavin Mutch, very quick hand from the ex-Scotsman. Well, still a Scotsman, but just living here in the old Kiwi land. Over the top was Matthew Hunt from Invercargill. He's pumping along as well. Working across that shoulder blade. Didn't quite get that shot as flat as he'd have liked. Up the neck comes Tony Chamberlain. Sheep number 2 on the board. He's enjoying himself. Throwing his money at a lazy $50. Says that I might as well enter. It's coming out with sheep number 3. 3 on the board for Harpocker as well. Roberts finishing touches to the second sheep. Right up with the pace is Matthew Hunt, but it's still the Much man. And the number 3. Big blows up the long blow. Using at least 9 teeth. Under the shoulder comes Tony. Down the far end. He'll probably be saying you should be calling me Mr. Chamberlain. Well, whatever you want, we'll do it as long as you get up and have a good crack. And he's dropped another one down the porthole. Give these sheep a wee break and they'll run the length of the town. This one wants to get outside and nibble up on the grass on the front stand. Just a little bit of trouble for Toko as he readjusts sets his composure again. Costs him vital time though. Not much you can do about it. You just get on, a big deep breath, de-stress and get out and get another one. Out the last leg for Hunt from Invercargill. Down the hole it goes. But the Much man out in front now, swinging into the offside. Giving the judges a good look at the long blow wool as he swings them from the middle of the loin right up behind the ear. It's not called the long blow for nothing. And a bit of a scrapper for Willie. On the 5. Punching down the undermine. 3, 4 down, 2 up. Off for the top knot. Not a lot of value in that little bit of top knot wool. It's got hollow fibres in it, so the finest wool on the beast called the sheep is the navel area. That is the finest micron wool of all over their body. Here they go. Gavin Mutch, sheep number 5. Harpocker's got 5 on the board. Robertson still got half the last side to complete. Sheep number 4. Likewise is Matthew Hunt. Tony Chamberlain down the undermine on number 4. Willie McSkimming working out the last leg. In goes Big Willie. But it's still Gavin Mutch cruising along on the pace side of it at the moment. Across the shoulder now. Money side of the sheep for Gavin. Well, at least a semi-final berth he hopes. We've got six heats of these open shearers. in this PGG Wrightson VetMed sponsored event. Close finish there from Togo Hapuka. He let the brakes off on that last one. Paul Robinson's got number 5 on the board. In goes Tony Chamberlain for sheep number 5. Finishing touches, Matthew Hunt, Paul Robertson. Must be a bit dark down those portholes. I don't like going down there. So you should have Fire Rider Abraham, Corey, the last one, Boys, Corey, Angus, Nathan, Jack and Duncan. Pardon? Duncan. No, Higgins. So Tony Chamberlain in the harness down there on the bottom end. Hope he doesn't catapult himself off into the distance as he screams down the last side. Sheep's been a little bit unkind to him. He just pops the head forward, a little bit more relaxed. He's one of our longest serving shearers. Probably done the whole 55 years. So Tony will put his handpiece away and then he'll get out the back and push sheep around for the rest of the day. Unless he makes the semis, of course. We can do all the handpiece raffle. I believe we've got time to draw a handpiece raffle just as these shearers set their gear up. I hope you bought a ticket. $20 per ticket it was. And it's been drawn under police supervision. Ticket number 35. Ticket number 35 in the handpiece raffle. Ryan Dippy. Ryan Dippy, you have won yourself a handpiece. See the organisers. We have the junior semi-final. Heat 1, Tom Adkins, Sam Mathewson, Hamiroa Nicol, Molly Clayton, Linda Thompson, Caleb Brooking. Heat 2, Levi Wilson, Levi Brooking, Donnie Stringer, Connor Wilkinson, Robin Krause and Emma Martin. They are the junior semi-finalists. So we're going to draw the scratchy as well. I think I might add a ticket in this one. Ticket number 19. No, I didn't take 19. Ticket number 19 and the scratchy. And the meat pack's coming up. I didn't buy one in the meat pack. By the time I get home to Taranaki, it'd be well past its use-by date. I could have give it away, I suppose. Number 37 won the meat pack. So thank you all kindly for taking a ticket. On the board, shearers, please. The referee's just having a quick look. Nah. He said, nah, get out of there. We're good to go. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. So we here have heat number 4, heat number 5 on the board at the moment. Thank you. Heat number 5. And we've got Troy Piper from Cheviot up there on the front stand. Martini Mason from Masterton. On the 3, we've got Lewis Pincoll from Waimate. Ringakaha Paiwai from Gore on number 4. Rangiора's Hugh DeLacy on number 5. And David Gordon from Masterton on the 6th stand. Next up is Pirata, Corey, Angus, Nathan, Jack and Duncan. That'll be our last heat in this PGG Rights and VetMeds Open Machine Shear. Vying for a place in the 3-heat semi-final. First to go in the pen is Troy Piper. Closely followed by David Gordon on the 6. Lewis Pincoll. High Quality Shearer on the 3rd. Sheep number 2 for him. Of course, we've got this open elimination round 1, and then we will go on to the semi-finals for the junior, intermediate and seniors, and then the open semi-final before the lunch break. So we've got a bit of work to do. Just gone 10:30. One more heat to go in the open, and then we're running 4 semi-finals. And then we might break for a sandwich. A chance to get out and stretch your legs for those that have been cooped up here in the seats. Troy Piper brings out sheep number 3. Is there a shearer that's been over to the Wool Expo for grinded gear and they have left their pendulum behind? So might be sort of important if you want to go a bit further in the shearing game. One of the shearers has left their pendulum in the Wool Expo building. For those that don't know what a pendulum is, it's the stick you stick your comb and cutter on and put up against the grinding plate to sharpen your apparatus to remove the wool from these sheep. And they're a pretty important part because you can't just use your fingers. It doesn't work that way. David Gordon from Masterton down on stand number 6. He's just got it in front at the moment. Put his nose out in front. Troy Piper says, I need to change the steel then. So he's now trying on Hempy's number 2. Sheep number 4 on the board. Martini Mason swings for home on the 2nd stand. Lewis Pincoll out the last leg. Ringer's out the last leg. Lewis is just coming across the shoulder. DeLacy, powerful shoulders on that man. Making an inky-pinky job there too as he drops sheep number 4 or number 3 down the pole roll and brings out number 4. Masterton's Martini Mason and Lewis Pincoll pretty much blow for blow here on stands 2 and 3. Change of steel for Martini. I know he can blast them out. I've seen him do it. But it's all about control. You see how wool sweepers, they're not overloading their brooms too much. It must be just a bit of experience that's showing that through, is it? Good to see smiling faces, though. Very important part. Can't have a mountain of wool, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see what the hell's going on. Lewis Pincole round the back of the head and down towards that off shoulder. Troy Piper up over the top. He's still running in about the second spot at the moment as David Gordon whipping it off. He's got the rhythm now as he swings for home. We're on for Martini Mason. He's still got one in the box. Then goes Hugh Lacey for the fifth and final one. Lewis Pincole's still got one in the pen as well. Ringakaha Paiwai. He's down the off leg. The undermine coming up as David Gordon completes the task down there on the 6. Troy Piper enjoying his moment up there on the stage. Gets that one shorn. Down the porthole. Martini Mason couldn't hang with the pace. But trying to keep the quality right. Some people can shear fast with quality and others got to slow down to keep the quality. Ringakai Paiwai under the shoulder. A lot less blows and shearing these crossbred sheep as compared to the merino of yesterday. DeLacy down the last side. Finishing shots down the hole for Ringakaha Paiwai. So there goes DeLacy finishing touches. Lewis Pincole. Always has great quality, does Lewis. Martini Mason. He hoped that he's done enough to get through to the next round. Okay, Shearers, thank you kindly. Could you move off to the right, please? And we'll get our last heat on the board. Abraham's on the front stand. Corey Smith, Angus Moore, Nathan Stratford, Jack Fagan, Duncan Higgins. So this is the 6th and final heat of this PGG Wrightson Vet Meds Open Machine. We will be moving straight into the junior semi-final. Okay, Shearers, take the board, please. I think we should issue these shearers with a whole lot of mirrors on a long stick so they could look underneath them and they could save themselves a bit of energy instead of tipping the sheep up. Or they could put a mirror on their moccasin or something like that. Have a look underneath. Okay, but looks like we're ready to go. We've got the thumbs up from the ref. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. That's the word they like to hear. They don't like standing around leaning on the door, chatting away, a little bit of small talk, not trying to give away any secrets that they might be about to try in their allotted number of sheep. Quickly does Pirata Abrahams hop up the top. He had a skippity step as he came forward there from the undermine. So this is the last heat. So these are the guys that were super keen and put their entries in super early. And you'll normally find that they like to get on with the job because they've watched all the previous heats go. They know that roughly what time we're going to be shearing them in, and they want to put a bit of heat on. Let's see, Pirata Abraham's got that one out pretty quickly. 50 what seconds, 55 seconds or something like that. That's not too bad. There's no sort of shortcuts on these sheep. You've got to shear the whole lot. You don't have to worry about the back socks, though. As they step into the pen for Jack Fagan on the 5. Duncan Higgins from Marlborough down on the 6 stand. Goes in for the second time. Jack Fagan's already got the belly off on sheep number 2. Jack's from Tika Woody. Invercargill is Nathan Stratford on the 4. Angus Moore from up there in Seddon breaks open the neck wall with a big powerful arm, swings the sheep around so we can't see what he's doing, but we'll have a bit of a guess anyway as he drops into that offside, that first shoulder. The judge is watching hard. Duncan's hit the long blow. Angus has hit the long blow. Duncan's coming up the neck down the far end. Corey Smith from Waimate on the 2. Second sheep, half shorn. Pirata Abrahams from Masterton up on the front. He's in for number 3. He is making every post a winning post in the speed stakes at the moment. So over the shoulder, the last side, Corey Smith, the local man. Come on, you need to get in behind these people, you know. Don't be shy. If you're feeling a little bit cool, it'll help warm you up too. If you start talking away in a little bit of a louder voice and barracking on these top lineup contestants here. Stratford, up the neck. They call him the Strat Man. Round the back of the head and down onto the off shoulder. Well, he's got a name for where the place that I come from. So we've got a little bit in line here as Nathan and myself. Nathan Stratford from Invercargill. Duncan Higgins from the top of the island of Marlborough brings out sheep number 3. Pirata Abraham says, I've got 2 shots to go and I'm finished number 3 into the pen. Jack Fagan settling back here. Nathan Stratford starting to fire a couple of quick shots. Have they got a nice wee bunny they can pick up a couple of quick ones left in the pen? Fagan under the shoulder. Angus Moore out the last leg. To the top of the shoulder for the Waimate Corey Smith. Pirata Abrahams 2 up the undermine, 1 off the top. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shots behind is Nathan Stratford as he fires up the undermine and over the top knot he swings. Jack Fagan the belly off for him. Corey Smith rips up the dax and gets in for another one. Just about time he shouted himself a new belt maybe. Up the throat now comes Jack Fagan. All on top of the skin, I presume. Around the back of the head and swings into the offside. Duncan Higgins finishing touches to the last side of a sheep number 3. Pirata Abrahams comes out the last leg. Down the chute it goes. He's got half the last side ahead of Nathan Stratford on this one. Jack Fagan half a sheep behind. Next in line is Angus Moore coming under the shoulder. Down and out to the flank. But they could have a good one right at the end. Who knows? A little bit of trouble getting under that upper wall just on the hock for Angus. Put a fresh steel on, he says. Go like hell, he says. But of course the sheep's got to let him. Nathan Stratford swooping big shots. I think he's got the bit between his teeth now. He says, Pirata, you've had your time. I'm coming at you. Down over the top for Pies. Always a great contestant around these competitions. Has a powerful turn of pace, especially in the quick shear, and he's whipping them out here today, making it look like a quick shear. Nathan Stratford turns for home and Pirata switches off. Sheep 5, done and dusted. Number 5 on the board for Corey Smith. Jack Fagan's into the long blow on sheep 5. Every 20 seconds you're behind the fastest shearer, it'll cost you a point in time. He's out the last leg now, comes Stratty. Higgins goes in for sheep number 5. Fagan under the shoulder and down out to the flank. Right out the last leg comes Angus Moore. Open shearer Jack Fagan completes the task. Corey Smith into the long blow. Duncan Higgins in the undermined. Still very, very close. It's just time points that are going to upset them now. At 1 point every 20 seconds. So as we come to the end of this one, it'll be the elimination rounds all completed for the shearing, machine shearing. And we'll move into the semi-final of the junior. 7 or 8 shots to go for Duncan Higgins as he comes under the shoulder. As long as the woolly's going to let him right out the hock. Over the tail, down the hole. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our open class shearers and all the shearers that have gone before us this morning. Showing great expertise. So we just won't invite our shearers up onto the stage just yet. We do have a change, a line of sheep. So just bear with us for a few moments. The juniors will be shearing 2 sheep. As I say, we have a line change. Just a few moments to run the trucks around. So you can have a chinwag, get up and go and buy stuff from the cafe or whatever smokes your tyres. I don't know whether you noticed outside there's a nice Flash Harry Isuzu ute. I'm wearing a hat donated by Sophie Myers, the sales rep over in Timaru. It's only about 3 weeks old. I don't think I've ever been such a new vehicle. But it's very pleasant to drive around in. Gives me something to shift my carcass down here to the stadium in the morning and go home at night. But it's more of a farmer's ute. Got a flat deck on the back. Sneaked a few dogs on. Double cab. So if you're looking for one of those things, give Sophie Myers the ring. There's a few cards around the back of the hall. But this junior event will be sponsored by Chris Graves. No, sorry, wrong place. Mercury Fries and Clifton Downs Lister. This is where we are. Junior machine semi-final. And each shearer will be shearing 2 sheep. contest. We will be running the semi-finals for the machine shear that we've completed the elimination rounds for this morning. So that is junior, intermediate, senior and open before the lunch break. As soon as I have those names for you, I will get them read. So the intermediate contestants, the Josh Devane, Aidan Tarrant, Jordan White, Jacob Taylor, Ruby Stone, Michael Buick, Willie Sinclair, Ben Cripps, Jack Pringle, Mark Calder, Lewis Combe-Gray and Harley Ransfield. They are the intermediate semi-finalists. The senior semi-finalists are Reuben King, James Wilson, Joseph Gordon, Adam Gordon, Mitchell Menzies, Scott Cameron, Cody Gregg, Andrew Booth, Clay Harris, Brandon Combe-Gray, Sasha Bond, and Blake Crooks. And we'll have that open one before you very shortly. Okay, shearers, just a reminder now, we are back to socking the back socks for your semi-final. The different mob of sheep, the requirement of the owner. Back socks to be removed for the junior, intermediate and semi-final that are coming up. We will advise further when we get to the open. Looks like we got some sheep in the pens, have we? Okay, can we welcome our junior semi-finalists to the side of the stage, please, just as we clear the ladders. Heat 1. Junior semi-finalists, Heat 1. Tom, Sam, Hamiro, Molly, Lydia and Caleb. Onto the board, please. We have our grey shirt brigade. Caleb down there on the far end. He's got a long walk. The judges, of course, have a bit of swap around. Some have been down the bottom in the dungeon judging the finished product. The second heat, make sure you're ready to go. The intermediate semis, Heat 1, Harley Ransfield, Mark Calder, Ben Cripps, Michael Buick, Jacob Taylor, Aidan Tarrant. Heat 2, Lewis Combe-Gray, Jack Pringle, Will Sinclair, Ruby Stone, Jordan White, Josh Devane. That is the intermediate semi. Remember, shearers, back socks. Take the back socks. Just waiting for the pen staff to get organised. Awesome. Okay, we're ready to roll, are we? Thank you, Paul. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. This is the first heat of the semi-final of this junior event. We've got 2 sheep to shear. And it's sponsored by the Marquee Fries and Clifton Downs and Lister. Must be the best fries in the south, they say, or even in further afield. I'm unsure. I haven't quite had the Marquee Fries yet. Marquee. Say they've been around for generations. But here we have live on the board from Hakataramira, we have Tommy Atkins. Keen as mustard, these young shearers. Sam Mathewson from Masterton on the number 2. Hamiroa Nicol from Milton in the 3rd spot. Molly Clayton from Waimate. The local lass on the 4 stand. Linda Thompson from Rangiora on the 5. And Brooking from Matara down on the number 6. Caleb Brooking. All action, these guys are full of concentration. Remember to breathe, people. It is important to keep the brain functioning so you can shift your feet when you need to. Use your left hand when you have to, which is pretty much all the time, to move the wool, to shift the skin, to readjust the sheep. A little bit of a quiet sheep, that one there for Hamiroa Nicol. He's just slipped it down the portal. A little bit of a wake-up call for him when it comes to the bottom. Lydia Thompson there down into the off shoulder now. A little bit of a wriggle before. She's got her sheep settled. Sheep down the porthole for Brooking from Matara. Up on the front stand, Mathewson needs to keep moving the toes, shifting the sheep with every shot. You'll notice those open class shearers that have just gone before us. They were moving the sheep with every blow they put in. Only a minuscule few centimetres, a few millimetres, not centimetres. Shifting it around so it's not sitting on a bone. Strong control with the inner side of the leg. And wrap those knees hard in against the sheep's body and don't let it move. But of course, this will all come with time. This is the juniors. You don't expect them to remember every jolly thing we talked about. Just some of the things to make it easier on themselves. They come out the last side here on stand number 2. Sam Mathewson. Tom Adkins right out the last leg. Molly Clayton had to pop the head forward. Nicol from Milton right out the last sock. He's obviously listened to what I talked about because we needed the back sock wool taken off. There goes Lydia Thompson. Crikey, that was a difficult one, she says. She's gone in again. It's Hamiroa Nicol. He's completed the task, got the job done nice and quick. Of course, he's going to show a little bit of sportsmanship now and just hang around until the rest of his fellow competitors will get the job done. Second sheep, 2/3 Sean now, down on the number 6 stand. Brooking from Matara. Sheep number 1 down the hole for the Waimate Lass. Oh, crikey, there's another one in the pen, she says. This one will go a lot quicker, I'm sure. You've got rid of the nerves now. Finishing touches for Caleb Brookie down there on stand at number 6. Up over the tail for Tom Atkins. Just see these shearers are so tense in their body structure. You need to be relaxed and wrap yourself around the sheep, so that the sheep does not sense all that tension and just lies there on the floor for you to do the job. Matheson from Masterton, round the back of the head. Time is maybe not quite so important on the small number of sheep. It's actually how you shear them. It's the quality job that really counts on the small number of sheep. You only saw one in the heats. And here we go. You've made the semi-final. 2 heats off. We're going to cut them in half. We only want 6 into the final. And Matheson to the shoulder on the last side. Thompson into the long blow. Round the back of the head comes Clayton. Into the long blow for Atkins down there on the front stand. Could we have our novice contestants for heat number 2, please, on the sidelines? As long as you're not blocking the alley for the wool sweepers. Over the shoulder, the last side, up on the front. Tommy Atkins. Out the last leg for Sam Matheson. Then we've got a couple of lasses completing the task down here on stand number 4 and 5. Big, tall, lean shearer, Sam Matheson. He's going to take a powerful lot of feeding in a couple of years, because he's going to be doing 500. I can just sense it. Last side coming up, Tommy Atkins. Well done there to Lydia Thompson. Oh, a little bit of a grimace when she saw the scorecard. They were all there, says the referee. There we go. Time's off now for Tommy Atkins. Just Molly Clayton to finish up. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our junior semi-finalists, Heat 1. Some of those shearers may not be back for the final. So off to the right, guys and gals, and we'll welcome on our second heat. We have the open 18, the top 18. Nathan Stratford, Leon Samuels, David Gordon, Gavin Much, Ant Frew, Lionel Taumata, Brent Roberts, Angus Moore, Jack Fagan, Pirata Abrahams, Troy Piper, Jordan Boys, Ricky Hana Chase, Martini Mason, Huda Lacey, Stacey Tahuya, Willie McSkimming, and Corey Smith. You are the last in. 18 named off there. We're going to cut the field in half, and then we're going to cut it in third again. So that is the semi-final of the Open. Okay, Shearers to the board, please. Emma Martin, Robin Krause, Connor Wilkinson, Donnie Stringer, Levi Brooking, and Levi Wilson. Intermediate Shearers, you'll be up next. Markihihi, Fries, Clifton Downs, and Lister are the sponsor of this event. Okay, Shearers, take the board, please. You'll be tired enough by the time you finish. You don't need to go in there and hurt yourself. That's the story. All on the board. Referee. Referee, get out of it. Get down the other end. Go on. Take a walk. Paul Harris is just checking them. Every contestant has had a fair shot. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. Here we go. Heat number 2 of this junior event. Levi Wilson up on the front stand from Southland. Levi Brooking from Timuka on number 2. This one's just not playing the game. She's gone a little bit rigor mortis stuff. It is still breathing, I can tell you. Donnie Stringer from Ramfurly on number 3. Connor Wilkinson from down in the deep south, Wyndham on the 4 stand. From Germany, because Robin Krause on the 5. And on the 6, we've got Emma Martin from Gore. So this is the event sponsored by Markihiki, Fries, Clifton Downs, and Lister. So they've all earned the right, these young shearers, to make this event. Emma Martin was the top qualifier. She also had a good shear last night in the quick shear, or the clean shear, where she picked up the major prize in the young competition. So they've kept an eye on how these other competitors went in the first heat. They know they've got themselves a little bit of a rough estimate of how they're going to shear these sheep and how they're going to compete for time. But because you're only shearing 2, you need to keep your quality right, because boy, oh boy, you will suffer otherwise. But when they're shearing in this sort of class, they're not there to rough them up. They're there just, the only thing that they may leave the odd second cut on is because they're so nervous and their hand is shaking so much they can't keep the handpiece flat on the skin. But if they remember to breathe and just think before they act, it's amazing how well it'll all come together for them. So here we go, turning for home now, sheep number 1. Emma Martin showing a little bit of pace down there, coming under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Not a lot of difference between all these shearers at the moment. Donnie Stringer comes out the last side, make sure that left hand is working real hard so it stretches the skin, pulls it up out of the way. It's not a lazy hand, it's got to do all the work. The handpiece driver, the right hand, just hangs on to that jolly whirring machine. So there goes one down the porthole for Emma. Finishing touches here for Donnie Stringer. Finishing touches for Levi Wilson. Time does count, don't get me wrong, but it's not the major factor in this one. You just need to keep the job so perfect. Out the last leg now comes Connor Wilkinson. Hard on the heels of Robin Kraus as well. As he rolls out the last leg, oh, we got a bit of a fighter here. We got Levi Brooking from Damuka. Safety steps in and gets the plant turned off. Wyndham's Wilkinson brings out the sheep number 2. Down the hole for Levi Brooking. Crikey, I'm pleased that one's finished, he says. We have the senior semi-finalists. Draw. Blake Crooks, Brandon Coombe-Gray, Andrew Booth, Scott Cameron, Adam Gordon, James Wilson. Heat 2, Sasha Bond, Clay Harris, Cody Gregg, Mitchell Menzies, Joseph Gordon, Reuben King. So Crooks, Coombs-Gray, Booth, Cameron, Gordon, Wilson. Heat 2, Bond, Harris, Gregg, Menzies, Gordon, King. So Joseph Gordon, he's in the last heat. So it's all pretty quiet here. Haven't you got any favourites up here in the crowd? Somebody must be able to talk to you. A little bit of barking gives a little bit of encouragement. The further you go, the better you go. The better you go, the better you like it. And that's what you got to think about. Down over the shoulder on the front stand, the Southland lad. Working hard, but it's Emma Martin showing the wheels at the moment. Right out the last leg on a second sheep. Keeping it hard and flat. Levi Brooking here on the on number 2. Round the back of the head as Wilkinson finishes the touches to that long blow as Emma Martin switch off and has a quick yarn to the judges. Over the shoulder now, Robin Kraus from Germany. Out the last leg for Donny Stringer. Tidies up the sock. Done and dusted, he says. There we go. Connor Wilkinson over the shoulder on the last side is up here on the front stand. Levi Wilson completes his lot. Out the last leg. Going pretty well. Robin Kraus. Blow for blow on the stands 2 and 4. There's nothing in it. Could even be 3 in a row here. Who's going to get switched off first? It's going to be Robin Kraus, followed by Connor Wilkinson, along with Levi Brooking. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our young competitors. Okay, intermediate shearers, heat 1, please. Be ready and waiting at the floor. Intermediate competition sponsored by Mark Murphy and Lister. How many woolies we got? We've got an Irish man with 3 fingers up there. So it's 3. Righto? It's 3, is it? Yeah. Good-o. You happy enough with that, competitors? You bet your life you are. Aidan down the far end. Jacob, Michael, Ben, Mark, and Harley. Where's Harley? Harley Ransfield. Harley Ransfield to the stand, please. Where's Don, our judge? Where's he hiding down the back in the smoko hut? Heat number 2, make sure you're on the dot. We're trying to run a show that's, we can't lose time. We've seen some movement or what? Where's our man Harley? It is your responsibility as a competitor to check. Well, the one thing about it, he's going to be warm when he gets here because we'll be going straight away. Just as well you got some faithful people looking after you, mate. You'll get a chance to take your jersey off, oil your machine, and we'll be into it. Heat number 1 of this intermediate semi-final. Okay, we're good to go. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. A little bit of a flurry here now as we set these intermediate shears away. A little bit of background music and you'll see the bit of foot rot flat stuff. Well, I can't see any foot rot in these sheep. They're well presented. Although the weather has been quite wet right throughout the country. So, of course, there could be the old one with a little bit of soreness here and there. Back socks to be removed, of course, as we've gone back to that part of the rule. As around the back of the head comes Harley Ransfield from Ojai. On stand number 1, Mark Calder from Belclutha on the 2 stand. Ben Cripps from Waimate, the local lad. Michael Buick from Pongaroa. On the 4. On the 5, we get Jacob Taylor from Dannyburg. And another North Islander, Aidan Tarrant, down on stand number 6. Top qualifier into this event was Josh Devane. He'll be in heat number 2. Senior shearers, heat 1, Blake Crooks, Brandon Coombe-Gray, Andrew Booth, Scott Cameron, Adam Gordon, James Wilson. Heat 2, Sasha Bond, Clay Harris, Cody Gregg, Mitchell Menzies, Joseph Gordon, Reuben King. So we're shearing 3 sheep this time round. I've got to keep telling myself because the timekeeping judges will definitely want to know when they need to be stopping the button on these young competitors here, battling it out for a place in that final. Sheep number 2 on the board now for Tarrant on the 6. Taylor from Dannyburg. Loving every moment of his Mark Calder from the Belclutha. Out the last leg for Buick. Into the pen he goes. Ben Cripps has got another one on the board. Harley Rensfield probably leading the way as he drops it into the first off leg. Sorry, coming off the long blow is Harley Rensfield. Down over the top now. We have the junior finalists. Top qualifier Emma Martin, Robin Kraus, Sam Mathewson, Linda Thompson, Caleb Brooking and Donnie Stringer. Sheep Sean, Harley Rensfield, down the hole it goes.
It's actually Lydia, not Linda.
So those shearers again, we get for the junior final, Emma, Robin, Sam, Lydia, Caleb and Donnie. Congratulations, you've made it through. Maybe it could be your first final, I don't know, but you make it a good one. You will be shearing later in the program. Up over the tail comes Harley Rensfield. Sheep number 1 on the board. Number 3, I believe. Let's just check those sheep numbers in pen number 1, please. The cards. What we need to know is where we are. Thank you kindly. On the second stand, Mark Calder comes over the shoulder. In with a fresh one is Jacob Taylor. Likewise is Aidan Tarrant down the far end. Sheep number 3 for him. Michael Buick's got the last side to complete as he comes over the shoulder. Ben Cripps from Waimate. Down the hole he goes. Meets a sheep coming out the door to him. Last one to get a sheep on the board the third time was the Calder from Belclutha. Oh no, it's still Buick. Still got one to go. He's bound to let the brakes off. But the pace is all up here on the front stand at the moment. Harley Ransfield, he got warmed up running across the car park. So he's striding it out well. Right out that back leg, cleans off the sock, one over the tail. A little bit of a shake and rattle and roll, but he's about to get that wool that he left on the undermine and gives it a shake. He says, how did I go, folks? Well, you were the first off. We'll see how the points stack up later in the program. As we get to the final, Jacob Taylor down into the off shoulder now, into the long blow. Likewise as Aidan Tarrant down on the bottom end. Last to do the undermine is Michael Buick. Ben Cripps, the local lad from Waimate, into the first off shoulder now. Belclutha's Mark Calder using his eyes to follow the handpiece. Very important that you keep track of where that comb and cutter's going along the sheep's body, so you can adjust your thinking to how the sheep's laying. Oh, this one's not playing the game. We can see there's a bit of a dance coming on here. I know it is Saturday, but it's not Saturday night, so we just tell her to quieten down, baby, and let's get on with it. I just want the fluff off your back. Out the last leg now comes Aidan Tarrant as Jacob Taylor from Danny Burkers having a yarn to the judge. He says, what do you reckon about that? The judge is probably saying you need to take a bit more off. Too late now. Out the last side comes Mark Calder. To the top of the shoulder there is Michael Buick. Ben Chris right there as well. Done the job. Down the hole. Looks pretty inky-pinky, those couple by Jingos. The gear looked to be cutting extremely well. Under the shoulder for Michael Buick. No trouble at all. If somebody's going to be last off, he's looking after the quality. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our intermediate shearers there, shearing 3 sheep. So we get our new names up on the board. Our second heat waiting in the wings, are we? Judges, could you just assist in pulling the blackboards down? Oh no, we got a professional at it. Hey, it's all about working as a team. Yeah. This is heat 2 coming up. Can we have our shearers on the board, please? Lewis Coombe Gray from Waipawa on the front. Jack Pringle. Bell Cluther on the 2. Will Sinclair, Bell Cluther 3. Ristone, Waimate on 4. Jordan White, Bell Cluther on 5. And Josh Devane from Taihape down the back end. Senior shearers, make sure you're ready for your heat. Those senior shearers have made the semi-final are King, Wilson, Gordon, Menzies, Cameron, Gregg, Booth, Harris, Coombe Gray, Bond and Crooks. Okay, shearers on the board. We'll get the all clear from the referee. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. We're often letting this one fly again. 3 sheep to shear. They've got a bit of an advantage shearing the second heat. Or maybe the sheep could be a bit more lively, who knows? Get up there and smash them out. We do have those open shearers that have made the semi-final, the 3 heat semi-final. Stratford, Samuels, Gordon, Much, Frew, Taumata, Roberts, Moore, Fagan, Abrahams, Piper, Boys, Chase, Mason, DeLacy, Tahuia, McSkimming and Smith. You want to check your points, they'll be on the boards posted on the left side of the building. We had 36 shearers in the open. We've cut it down to 18. And then we'll cut it down to 6. Similar scenario we started here this morning with this intermediate competition. As we turn on to the last side. Working pretty hard. Who's the front runner at the moment? Oh, it looks like it could be Will Sinclair from Bell Cluther in the middle of the field. Just showing a couple of quick blows here down the last side, 1 and 2. Jack Pringle on 2 and Lewis Coombe Gray on stand at number 1 as well. Ruby Stone, the local lass. Righty, you guys and gals, if you're going to hop up in the pens, please, and help and assist, please make sure you keep our numbers ticking over for our timekeepers. All important job. Right, last to get second sheep on the board will be Jordan White on the 5 stand. Just a little bit of a regular kick and a shake. He's trying to keep that comb flat. Out with the sheep, the second sheep, 3 to shear. Beautiful shearing turtles. Or hoggets, as you'd probably still call them hoggets. They're not quite the 12 months old yet or thereabouts, depending on what month they were born. I suppose it is October. We're into the docking up home, as we call it. You call it tailing down here. I happen to be missing a few days of it. Not. It's as being as cold as a frog up there in Taranaki. Wind chill. Something you experienced a few days ago. But the sheep are recovered from that little bit of a cold snap because they're shearing perfectly well this morning. And they had done yesterday as well when the finals. Here we go, sheep number 2, almost clipped. Pretty close to along this field, by golly. We've got Lewis Coombe Gray here on the front stand, followed by Will Sinclair. Ruby Stones kick the heels up a little bit. In goes Jack Pringle. Down the bottom end as well, we got Josh Devane. He was the top qualifier into this event, but that means nothing. This is another round. You can't rest on your laurels. Somebody will chip you off. Out the last leg comes Jordan White. He's not flustered at all. He's just getting the job done. Maybe he's going to let the brakes off on this one because he's half a sheep behind the pacemaker. Lewis Coombe Gray. We have the open semis. Corey Smith, Hugh DeLacy, Jordan Boys, Jack Fagan, Lionel Tamara, David Gordon. Heat 2, Willie McSkimming, Martini Mason, Troy Piper, Angus Moore, Ant Frew, Leon Samuels. Heat 3, Stace DeHuya, Ricky Hunter Chase, Pyarada Abrahams, Brent Roberts, Gavin Much and Nathan Stratford. That's how you'll run in the semis. Here we go, though. Back with the pace. Up here on the front stands. Third sheep, almost done. Hits the power cord. Turns it off, does Lewis Coombe Gray. Jack Pringle coming home with a bit of a run. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. And right out that last leg is the Ruby Stone, the local lass. Josh Devane pulled his finger out a little bit and got that one shown a little bit quicker. There goes Jack Pringle, the Belclutha lad. Right out the last leg. Sinclair hits the button as well. Jordan White, 7 or 8 shots away. He comes under the shoulder. Still a little bit of work left in getting that frib wool off under the front legs and the back. Not quite as freed up as perhaps it may be if we hadn't had the coldness last week. But a good shear. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The intermediate shearers. Next up, we're in with the senior class. Could we have Braden Coombs Gray, please, on stand at number 2? Where's Braden? Judges to the board, please. Come on, get along here. Thank you. You know the rules. Shearers are on the board, also the judges. Can't waste an opportunity to catch you out, you fellas. Judge on stand 1, please. And 2. Okay, shearers to the board. Shearers to the board, please. Far too long on that pin, I can see. Oh, now it's all mixed up with the rest of them. It'll come back in. On the board, let the pen staff sort it out. Thumbs up, thank you. Timekeeper's right. Judges, shearers, go. Here we go. We've gone up a little bit of a click now. We have 4 sheep, I presume. We're going for 4, Peter, are we? Mr. Rabbit. Mr. McLaren. 4. 5. 5 sheep. We've got 5 sheep to shear. Just making sure we get it all right. The wool handlers need to know so they can step out of the road. Our timekeepers need to know so we can click the buttons off. And I need to know so I can stop talking. And then I'll push replay again. Here we go, down the last side. Blake Crooks and Rangiora coming across the front shoulder now. Brandon Coombe Gray from Waipawa. Over the money side of the sheep, likewise as Andrew Booth, the local man from Waimate. Scott Cameron from Alexandra. On the 4, Adam Gordon from Masterton. First to get into the pen for the second woolly. James Wilson from Winton on the 6th stand. This event sponsored by RD Petroleum, Bourne Farm and Backcountry Earthworks. Oh, there's a big lot of sponsors, there's a big lot of money up. There's $700 up for grabs if you happen to win the final of this one. Not a bad payday. I'll be your mate for a couple of hours. And we got the second sheep on the board for all the shearers now. Adam Gordon going very strongly along here on stand number 5. The second of his 5 sheep. Up over the top comes the Waimate, Andrew Booth. But these sheep, they can dictate the terms. If they do a little bit of a kick and a wriggle, you can lose 4 or 5 shots of the comb and cutter just like that. And of course that'll put you behind. As we come across the shoulder on the last side, Blake Crooks Working away, Inky Pinky, it looks from here. His gear looks to be cutting extremely well. Out the last leg is Adam Gordon, though. Closely followed by Scott Cameron. Blake Crooks next in line. James Wilson picked up the pace a little bit as he bounces into the pen on the 6th stand. Out the last leg comes Coombs Gray. Under the show, under the back leg, down the hole the sheep goes. Probably need to give a cheer along for Andrew Booth because he's just trailing the field a little bit at the moment. If he wants to make that final, he's got to find another gear. Clip another cog in. Hustles into the pen. He's showing some urgency. But he's half a sheep off the pace. Change those cards on the front stand, please. Keep up with the players. We drop it into the long blow on stand 6. Sheep number 3. Likewise on the Scott Cameron on the 4 stand. But Adam Gordon coming under the shoulder now and down and out to the flank. He's still got 2 in the pen. But he's he's making it look easy at the moment. Gears humming along. Making sure he gets all that wool he hits in the undermine. You know, you've got to get right over the tail when you get that undermine done. Otherwise you get fouled up with a bit of wool over the tail on the last side. You cannot take the shortcut there. Otherwise it'll pay back double. In for sheep number 4 on the 6th stand. Blake Crooks up at the front. Lets it down. In goes Scotty Cameron. He's keeping it cool, calm and collected, just sitting off the pace a little bit. But I'm sure he won't want to let it drop back any further. Coombs Gray's up the ante. Brings out sheep number 4. Get those cards ticking over, guys. Sheep number 4 on the board for everyone bar Andrew Booth. Stand 1. Flip the card, please. Can't do half the job there if you're in the pen. You've got to flick your number. Here we have Brandon Coombe Gray up the neck and around the back of the head, but it's Adam Gordon down there on stand 5. Out the last leg he comes. And he goes. Sheep number 5 on the board for Adam Gordon. The last one in the box coming out now for James Wilson. No pressure being applied here on the front stand. Still doing an inky pinky job. There's Blake Crooks. Under the shoulder and down and out the flank for Brandon Coombe Gray. Here we go. Scotty Cameron's got another on the board. He might have got this one. We're on sheep number 5 on the front stand. He'll probably just go away now and we'll have to train somebody else. But never mind. We're rolling out the last leg here for Andrew Booth. Still got one in the pen. Adam. Here goes Adam Gordon. He says, I'm going to smoke you, mate. And I've hit the button and shut it down, and I've got my 5th one shorn. So who's next in line? Looks like it'd still be good. James Wilson down on stand number 6. Throwing him in wide and deep. He loved to get that button push. There's a little bit of a look at the old scorecard. Said, what have I done? How good have I? Well, let's hope you're good enough to make the semi-final or any one of the 6. As we turn onto the last side up here on the front. Just a couple of blows back, or maybe just a couple of blows in front. We have Scotty Cameron coming under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Never given up the chase. Neither is Brandon or Blake. Plenty of pressure. Inky pinky stuff. Great shear. Easy to do on quality sheep though, isn't it? Over the shoulder for Andrew Booth. Down and out to the flank. He's enjoying his moment in the sun. For shearers that are shorn up to 405 in a 9-hour day, and an 8-hour day. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our semi-finalists there in the senior. We have the intermediate draw for the final. Oh, sorry, not the draw. The top qualifiers for the final. Josh Devane, Hayden Tarrant, Will Sinclair, Jordan White, Jack Pringle, Ruby Stone. They are the top 6 for the intermediate machine shear final. So this is the last heat of the senior competition. Five sheep once again. All right, you've all got your handpieces attached. I've got one outside the door, so I want you all this side of the door, please, ladies and gentlemen. Ref, please. Stand 5. Monstrati, stop teaching him bad habits. Push him this side of the door. Just waiting on the all clear. We get the thumbs up, we'll be setting it alight. Okay, come on, Joseph. Okay, everybody happy? Referees out. We're gone. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. A quick exit from the door, the pen. Leaving 4 sheep to be shorn in there. The first to 5, and let's see who can make the whistle, the whip crack here on this one. On the front stand from Pew Pew is Sasha Bond. Clay Harris also from the Pew Pew country up in the north. On the 2 stand from Levin, Cody Gregg. Oh, then we've come across a South Islander from Ramfurdy, Mitchell Menzies. Back to the North Island again from Masterton, Joseph Gordon. And down on the 6th stand, Reuben King. 5 sheep to shear. They've had that advantage of being in the second heat. Doesn't count for much, really. Good to see them all battling away. Joseph Gordon's taken the bit already and he's away. Bounced that first one out. Menzies from Ramfurdy says, "You're not getting away from me, you North Islander. I'm on your case." Reuben King from Kaiapoi down the bottom end there. Sneaking down the belly. Flicks it out. The wool handler's got it before it flies off the board. Melbourne on the board for Sasha Bond from the Pew Pew. Clay Harris. Big, tall, lean shearer here on stand 2. He'll be a big fellow when he grows up. Powerful shoulders on the Cody Gregg. From up in the lower North Island, Levin. Pretty close, but looks like it's still Joseph Gordon. Just clipping him a little bit faster than everybody else. And whether these other shearers can do anything about pegging him back or not, I'm unsure. We have 5 to compete over. Down the porthole when he's got half a last side in front of the next 2 competitors at the moment. Working hard and down the last side, Reuben King. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank for Clay Harris and to Sasha Bond into the long blow. Rock and rolling and making every shot count. Inky Pinky looks pretty good as these shearers are about to retrieve another sheep from the pen. Words of encouragement from the pen staff. Keep the head down, keep the hammer down, keep the comb flat. Adam Gordon halfway through the task now. Coming across the shoulder on the last side. Sasha Bond brings out number 3. Whoa, wake up in the pen. Occasionally it does happen. They fly at the door and you're just all fingers and thumbs and they get out the door. Gordon brings out sheep number 4. The rest of these shearers are not trying to let him get away, I can assure you of that. They're full stoked up. Chuck a bit more coal in the burner. Build up a bit more steam and then let the whistle go. Blow them to bits. Down the hole for Michael Menzies. Half a dozen more shots there for Reuben King on stand number 6. Clay Harris from Pew Pew taking it easy out the last side. He's got a very relaxed style. He's be hoping he's going to keep the quality right and sneak through into that final. But Joseph Gordon starting to make it pay off now down as he whisks down the last side. He's almost going to be the whole last side in front of the next competitor. Sasha Bond out with the last leg. In they go. Sheep number 5. Last one on the board for Joseph Gordon. Sheep number 4 on the board for Sasha Bond. Willie, just count those numbers in the pen, please. Willie's got that much yap, he should be down here on the microphone. But no, he's hiding up in the pen. There goes Mitchell Menzies. Into the pen. Sheep number 5. 3 or 4 shots away is Reuben King down on the 16. Number 5 on the board. And 3/4 Sean. as Joseph Gordon comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank, making it look real easy. I can assure you it's not. He's just making it look that way. Hits the dropper cord, ladies and gentlemen, and a good shear there from Joseph Gordon. One on the pen for Clay Harris from Pew Pew. Under the shoulder, Cody Gregg. He's punching above his weight, this fella. Going hard, down, steaming down that last side. Likewise as Mitchell Menzies. Sasha Bond's got another one in the box. Long blow time now for Reuben King. Clay Harris with the first off shoulder to have a crack at on his fifth and final sheep. So we've found two lots of finalists here this morning. We're about to find another one at the completion of this heat. And then we'll move on to the open semi-final. 3 heats in the open semi-final. Still a little bit of work to do for Sasha. Looks like the shearing judges are going to be late for lunch today. Let's hope they don't flake out. I'm sure some of them carry a little bit around the front just for this certain point in time. Last shot coming up. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Sasha Bond from Pew Pew. Off to the right, gentlemen, please. Thank you kindly, and ladies. And we will rock on up now with the open semi-final. 3 heats of. Mark Calder, are you in the building? Would you like to come and see our illustrious president, please? Mark Calder, come and see Warren. Seven sheep to be shorn in the open semis. The first heat be gathered at the side of the stage, please. We're just loading the pens. Corey, Hugh, Jordan, Jack, Lionel, and David. Righto, Shears, take the stage. Judges, you're ready to roll on. Keep an eye on the proceedings. You know the rules. We will have a wee cup of tea break at the completion of the open second round. 7 woolies. We have 7 of these woolly beasts. Back socks, shearers, we need the back socks off. 2 strokes per sock if you don't. Back socks off. If the shearer didn't hear it, maybe the second does. And we haven't got all day. Three heats of 7 sheep. Takes a little while. Shearers to the board. Just a quick overview, Mr. Colin Gibson being the referee this time around. Shearers to the board, please. Oh, just a walk in the park for that sheep. Absolutely look fine to me. Maybe have 2 more blades of wool just around the right nostril. We've got the thumbs up. Shirt off, please. David, shirt. Thank you. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and racing. Not that I mind you shearing in a shirt, but we just like to see that sponsorship names plastered all over the back of you. The Waimate Spring Shear, along with Lister. And it's good to see some young talent up here amongst some more experienced competitors. Maybe it's your day. On the 6th stand from Masterton, David Gordon. From Gore, Lionel Taumata on 5. Jack Fagan from Tikawhiti on stand number 4. Jordan Boys from Owaka on the 3. Hugh DeLacy from Rangiora on 2. And Cordy Smith from Waimate up on the front stand. Done extremely well to get here. They've beaten half the field. That's always a good thing. Even if you don't go any further, you can say you made the semis. But it would be helpful if you make the top 6, because that adds to the pocket money that might be available. So the pace, right here in the middle of the field by the look of it. Jordan Boys has settled into his work pretty smartly. David Gordon got away to a flyer on the first one, but he's been pegged back as Boys has thrown him in hard and quick. Jack Fagan says, not without me. And I'm coming at you as well. Winding down off the top. Pretty much blow for blow, stands 3 and 4. 6 is about 5 or 6 socked back. Into the long blow goes Lionel Taumata. Last side begging now for Hugh Lacey. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank, but it's Fagan and Boys going in pretty much stride for stride. They'll have earned their shot at the final by the time they shear 7 of these sheep. nice and round. Wool all over them. There's no shortcuts. On these border cross sheep, they're looking pretty easy shearing to me. Although it's a different story when you're up there throwing the bog iron round. Up over the top comes David Gordon. Lionel Taumata's down the undermine. But Jack Fagan says goodbye to everybody. He's hit the last side. He's got away by 5 or 6 shots now on Jordan Boys. Jordan was in the speed shear final last night, so he knows how to get it off. Fagan out the last leg. Boys out the last leg. Oh, he's picked up a couple of shots. David Gordon across the shoulder on the last side. Sheep number 3 for him. Sheep 4 on the board here for Jack and Jordan. Lionel's coming across the shoulder on the last side. Sheep number 3. PGG Wrightson sponsored event. Making every post a winning post. Jordan Boys as he's hit the front again. Swinging for home. Belly flicked out the back for a Hugh DeLacy. He's starting to let things loose. A little bit more tension, he says. A lot of fluff on these sheep. Out the last leg comes Corey Smith. Needs a little bit of encouragement from the locals. Long blue time for David Gordon. As I say, you watch these open class shearers, they move their sheep with every blow. So it is not sitting in one position for more than a moment. We have the qualifiers for the senior final. Joseph Gordon, top qualifier. Mitchell Menzies, Scott Cameron, Reuben King, Adam Gordon, and Blake Crooks. They are the finalists for the senior. Hugh DeLacy scoots another one down onto the flat deck. Flicks the belly out the back, oh, right across the face of the other shearer. You are to move the belly aside, but not to be trying to blindside your mate behind you. Over the shoulder comes Boys. Jack Fagan's drift back a little bit. David Gordon's chasing hard on Jack Fagan, but his Boys out the last leg. He's let the brakes off. Cheated on the undermine, got caught over the tail. That wool will lock down and it's very hard to get off. Next minute you see a flag going out the door. Out the last leg comes Fagan though. He's got a sheep round Smith at the moment. Corey, keep breathing, mate. Keep sucking it in. Put them in hard and fast. David Gordon out the last leg. Lionel Taumata says, I'm chasing after you, brother. One under the sock, one over the tail, and down the hole it goes as Jack Fagan comes up the top now. What has he done? He changed a bit of steel. He's let the brakes off a little bit. He's picked up a couple of shots on this one, on Jordan Boys. No good suffering the quality, though. If you haven't got the quality, it's no good having all the speed. You keep it all together. Over the shoulder now. Boys under over the shoulder now for Jack Fagan. Next in line is David Gordon. Lionel Taumata follows him. Last sheep coming on the board now for Jordan Boys. The man from Owaka. Fagan, what is he, 4, 5 shots behind? Just a couple of wriggles of the sheep, I can tell you. David Gordon, fresh steel on for him. Sheep number 7 coming onto the board. Lionel Taumata goes in for sheep number 7. Boys hadn't given up though. He's thrown him in big. Ho, ho, ho. Up the long blow he bounces. Well, I shouldn't say that. This is probably flat. I can't actually see what's going. He's going that fast. Coming over the top on the last side. Jack Fagan into the long blow. Boys under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Just as quick as a whisper. Right out the last leg. Pretty smart sort of time, I suggest, on that one. Up over the top now, Hugh de Lacy. Jack Fagan steams down the money side of the sheep. David Gordon hasn't given up. He's choking that comb down on the under the leg and right out the flank. Jack Fagan switches off. It'll be a pretty handy sort of a time. Remember that every 20 seconds you're behind the fastest shearer, you get a point added on in time. David Gordon completes the task. Lionel Taumata next in line on the 5. Right out the last leg is Hugh de Lacy. Up on the front we got Corey Smith, the local shearer. Still got one in the box though for Corey. He's been trying hard. Oh, this one just about got away on the pen on him. Damn it, he says, a little bit more energy gone. I'll have to go down to that little place down the back corner and revive myself when I get off the board. That's the snack bar I was talking about. Here he goes. Putting the big shots in. Clipping plenty of wool. Being well fed, these sheep. They don't grow that much wool if you're not feeding them. And it's nice and easy to cut off. So that tells you the story. They're well farmed. Swinging on to home. 15 shots in it. Over the shoulder. Right out that last leg. Good long blow from the middle of the shoulder, right out to the tip of the toe. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well shorn. That's heat number 1 of the Open. Off to the right, please, gentlemen. 6 more victims. Top shearers. So there will be plenty of action once we completed this. There will be a slight lunch break while we change things around a little bit after the Open elimination round 2. Could we have the Open rankers or the top rankers, please, available at the lunchtime for the presentations? Nathan Stratford, Tari Edwards, Blake Crook, Josh Devane and Tony Dobbs. So we've got 2 more heats of this event to go. And then we have a lunch break. And then we'll get into some women's machines and the wool handling heats, the crossbreds. I have no idea. 2 o'clock according to that. So could we have the shearers to the board? I know you want to test out Mr. Gibson's eyesight. I can tell you he's got 20/20 vision, no worries. He can see you when you're trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Colin's a tough old crony. Don't let me down, Colin. Oh. Don't let me down. He'll let me down, Colin. Be tougher. Come on, be tougher, man. All shearers this side of the door, please. Let your seconds do the work. This is probably going to upset the sheep selection committee, putting these woolies back down the porthole. Mind you, it's a few days since they were body crutched. A little bit of snow in between times. Sponsors for this event are PGG Wrightsons and the Vet Med. Shearers to the board. Getting the thumbs up from the referee, I'm sure. 7 sheep to shear, thank you, Colin. Everybody's happy. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. So this is the second heat of this open semi-final. Beautifully big sheep. I couldn't see a jolly thing wrong with those sheep that were going down the porthole. Be proud to own them. What are these sheep got? About 10 months wool on them. They've grown a lovely fleece over the winter. Now as the weather is warming up, we take the fluff off them and grow another good slope before they come in for clipping again. We're down and out to the flank. Troy Piper making it look easy. As we have the Leon Samuels on stand number 6, first to go into the pen. And through from a Pleasant Point on the 5 stand, Angus Moore from Seddon. On 4, on 3, Troy Piper, the Cheviot. Martini Mason from Masterton. And from Oamaru, Willie McSkimming. Well, that's how they roll. Plenty of action. They watch with interest as they saw that first heat. How are these sheep combing? I'm sure some of them shot out the back and had a little bit of a touch just to make sure that they were going to put the right comb and cutter on. Any comb and cutter or cut on these things are cutting like butter. All in the mindset. Angus Moore has quickened the pace up something considerably. Troy Piper says, I'm going to be first in the pen. Leon Samuel's not without me. Line them up for the hole, guys. You know where to be. You've shorn enough sheep to know where that hole in the wall is. Big thing when you shear away from the actual wall a little bit, the head starts to flop around and it misses the opportunity to get down there on the first shot. Right out that sock, Martini Mason cleans it up. And he goes. Keeping an eye on the rest of the field, maybe. He should just be going hard out because that's what the rest of them are doing. Angus Moore turns for home. Going pretty well on the 4 stand, but it's Troy Piper and Leon Samuels a blow for blow. Leon Samuels maybe just 2 blows ahead of Piper as he goes in. Willie McSkimming out the last leg. Over the top now comes Martini Mason. He's decided he better let the brakes off. He doesn't want to be left with the sheep in the pens when the others are finished. Oh, I think the Piper man might have said, oh, I'm sick of holding my brakes on. Let's go. He's dropping into the off shoulder now. Has he got a one just a wee bit smaller and he's making the most of it? Leon's got one that may be just 1.5 kilos heavier, which means a wee bit bigger sheep, a bit stronger. As Angus Moore turns across the money side. Troy desperately wants to make the final. He missed out on the fine wool stuff yesterday. Changes the blade now. Sheep number 5 on the board. Leon Samuel says, I'm happy enough with my cut. I'll get another one out of it. Nice and clean around the crutch. They've been well presented, well farmed. Now it's up to the shearers to do a great job. Another one coming out for Willie. Martini's right on, hanging on his coattail. And through. Belly off for him on sheep number 5. Troy Piper, though, going away from the field at the moment. A few years ago, somebody said, Troy who? We all know him as the Piper now because he's up there smoking them. Down the hole it goes. Sheep number 6. Angus Moore changes the steel. Samuels likewise, he's realised that Piper's already gone. The barn door's open and Troy Piper's out and gone. He put the fresh steel on sheep 5. Or after sheep 5. And through. Down the belly is sheep number 6. Martini Mason's got another one on the board. Willie McSkimmon's got a couple of shots to put in. On finish up with sheep 5. But it's still the Piper man. Leon Samuels missed the boat this time round. Angus Moore's the next in line. In comes and through, starting to let the brakes off, sizzling along there as he turns onto the last side and stand 5. He's picked up Leon Samuels. He's going to pick up Angus Moore. He's starting to run with the hounds now. Look at him, he's poking it in the big shots. Down the hole. Down the hole for Moore and Samuels as well. Martini Mason's coming across the shoulder. He's still about 10 away from the last one. But Piper going hard, going home. Maybe not, he says. I want to make that final. This is your last chance. You got the 7th and final sheep on the board. Can't afford to make any mistakes on it because the competition is very, very stiff. Troy Piper comes out the last leg. Whammo. Down the hole. Well shorn, Troy Piper. Oh, Leon Samuels says, I got a little bit carried away with myself and I forgot to keep the hammer down. But he's come again on the last one. Got back in front of Angus Moore. And Ant through as he hits the button. A little bit of gasping for this. A lot of work in those 7 sheep. Martini Mason still got a little bit of time left on the job. Willie McSkimming's got even a little bit more. Is that the 7th sheep on for Willie? Sasha? Thank you. Martini Mason. Nicely clipped sheep. Willie's probably thinking right about now, I should have been down on that microphone table. He's starting to hurt. Round of applause for Willie, ladies and gentlemen. Grand competitor. So we just have the final heat to go in this open elimination, round 2. The last of our 6 shearers in the semi-final. He's got that much sweat in his eyes, poor Willie, he can't see right from left. I've lost my paper. Test. So there's a wee presentation for those ranking shearers. The ranking presentation will happen in the lunch break. So don't go away. Those all those competitors know who they are. We've called them out before. Could we have Savi Taitoko, Sasha Bond, Ruapeka Ferris, and Lydia Thompson, please, to report in to the entry table, those 4 competitors for the women's event. And that event will be straight after the lunch break. Okay, shearers on the board. Thank you, Colin. A lot happier these shearers. They stayed this side of the door. That makes me happy. Okay, everybody right? Happy enough. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go! I get a bit of a spook every time I say go because there's a whole lot of buttons getting pushed here beside me and slam goes the button just to get the whole timing clock started. So here we have on stand number 1, Stace Tahuya from Alexandra. Ricky Hana Chase from Tai Happy. Pyarata Abrahams from Masterton. Brent Roberts, Mataura. Gavin Much from Dannyverk. Down on the 6th stand, Nathan Stratford from Invercargill. 7 sheep once again this year. Crossbreds, not the Merinos we were shearing yesterday. A little bit easier on the mindset. A lot less blows, or it should be. Stacey Tahuya casually strides into the pen. He's come from a big shearing farm air up there in the north, but living in the south for a long time now. He's up on the front stand. Ricky Harder Chase. Been in the game a little while. Tai Happy. Hometown. shearing contractor, Parrata Abrahams from Masterton. He's got a very quick hand. He likes to skip around when he's changing position on his sheep. Brent Roberts, the powerful shearer from down in the deep south of Matara. He won the speed shear last night, got a couple of $1,000 lazy dollars for it. And I never saw a coin. Shocking. Gavin Much, past world champion, doesn't count for much. This is another competition here. He'll just have to shear his way into the final. There's nothing surer. He'll be trying. Nathan Stratford, just a little bit more tension. Scoots the belly forward. Big shots down the undermine now. Reaches right over and keeps that bottom tooth down as he removes that, or puts those big shots up under the, or over the tail. Not under it, or there'll be blood and guts everywhere. The idea of the game is to stay on top of the skin and remove the wool with one shot with a comb and cutter. The least amount of shots you can put in, the quicker you'll be. Some people have slow hands and others have fast. The ones with a faster hand are not using all the teeth on the comb, so they need to be a little bit faster. Here goes Stacey Tahuya. Very economic shearer, this fella. Gavin Much brings out another one. Sheep number 4, I suggest. Right out the last leg, here goes Ricky Hunter Chase. Pirata Abrahams down the first off leg now. Here to show him plenty of these things up in the wire wrapper. But he's been down here in Masterton, out of Masterton for what, 6 or 7 weeks away from his family. So he'll be looking home towards home tomorrow. Brent Roberts, Matara. He's got the 4 or 5 hours before he gets back there tomorrow as well. Gavin Much from Danny Burke, out the last leg. Just picked up a little bit of pace on that one. He skips into the pen. Stacey Tahuya down the last side. Nathan Stratford's going hammers and tongs on the 6 stand. Sneaking away. He's actually out in front, is he? Around the back and making sure those cards and numbers are right. Looks like they are. Sheep number 5 on the board. 2 left in the pen. Shreddy's working his magic. Pumping it along quick. There's Brent Roberts coming down the last side. Let's just have a card check on stand number 4, please. Stacey Tahuya hits the last side now. Gavin Much is finishing the last side. Nathan Stratford changes the blade. In goes the Much man. In goes Pirata Abrahams. 6 on the board for stands 5 and 6. Up on the front as well. End on 3. Looks like there's still a couple in Brent Roberts' pen. A lively sheep they're getting over. Jumping over the top. At least they won't be standing around the gateway when they get home with the truck tonight. Roberts down and out to the flank. Must have used all his speed up in the speed shear last night. Chase changes the handpiece. The pace though. Where is it? Gavin Much and Nathan Stratford. Stratty may be, oh yes, by just a whisker. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Comes Stace de Huya. Stratford back in it again. Seventh and final sheep coming out for Stace. Ricky Chase has got half shorn sheep number 6. Change of steel for Tahuya. They're pumping it along. This PGG Wrightson sponsored event along with the Vet Club. Good to see them back in their shears here with a bit of money. Roberts, one left in the box. Much and Stratford at blow for blow. Pirata Abrahams right up with the play. Only the semi-final. They're testing each other out. Off the shoulder. Under the shoulder Stratford. Under the shoulder Much. Pirata Abraham under the shoulder. To the top of the shoulders to Huya. Very, very close indeed. It's going to be Gavin Much. Hits the button first just by a whisker from Nathan Stratford and Pirata Abrahams. And there is a little bit of sweat coming off the brow. They've been pumping it along. I'm not sure what sort of time we were doing, but they weren't mucking around as Stace de Huya completes the task. So here we have just a couple of shears to go. Brent Roberts and Ricky Hunter Chase. Matara Marauder coming under the shoulder. He's only a young man, but he's big and powerful. Ricky Chase has got a couple of more haircuts he's had, but he's going to be the last to finish here in this semi-final, the third heat. No disgrace to come off at the back end of the field. There are some top-class competitors here, and you're up there with the best of them. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause for the hard work they've all done this morning. Awesome stuff. Okay, we have a minor presentation, or not a minor presentation, a presentation for excellence, the ranking of shearers. Connor Wilkinson, are you still in the building? Connor Wilkinson, come and see the president, please, Mr. Warren White. Or if somebody knows where he is, could they buzz him up? Here he comes. Who's doing this presentation? David and Paul. So Mr. Paul Harris and Sir David Fagan will be making a presentation. Women's event, yeah. Okay. So there's are all our shearers there for the presentations, for the ranking awards. We've got Nathan, Tari, Blake, Josh and Tony. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have a wee photo shoot now for our judges, and then we'll do the presentation. Righty. So just to get a quick photo of the judges. All the grey shirts up there, please, and the shearers. Where you go, Paul? I'll fix that. So those competitors there for the ranking, please. We'd like you to come forward. We've got Sir David Fagan and Paul Harris. They're going to do the shaking hands. Could we have Josh Devane, please? Josh Devane, you come on up, please, to receive your award for the top-ranked junior shearer.
Just come off the board, he's just getting changed.
Well done, Josh. Excellent effort for being the top-ranked junior shearer. Could we have the top-ranked intermediate shearer goes to Blake Crooks. Blake Crooks, please. Blake's coming around behind us. That's the story. Well done, Blake. Top-ranked intermediate shearer for 2021-22. Tari Edwards, our top-ranked senior shearer. Great to see these people all here, and they're actually playing the game of coming up to receive their awards. It is a special occasion. And the open class top-ranked shearer, Nathan Stratford. We're all going to do a whole lot of photos in a minute. And our top blade shearer, Mr. Tony Dobbs. We've had him working up here in the cheap seats this morning. Excellent stuff, Tony. Congratulations to all those competitors, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for their achievement efforts. Just at this stage, we're waiting for a photo, and then we're going to have a wee lunch break and come in with the women's event very, very shortly. So enjoy, soak up a bit of sun, and we'll be back with you in a wee while.